Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of this symposium. Today is the centenary of IUPAP 2022, the International Joint Symposium of Women in Science and Technology. Today, we will have many honorable speakers and guests. They are all our role models. So we hope that we can learn a lot from their beneficial information and valuable experiences. Okay, so now let's welcome the distinguished professor from Department of Physics, National Cheng Kung University, Professor Yijing Chen, to chair this session. Let's welcome her.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to chair this section on on female leadership. I am Chen Yijing from National Cheng Kung University, and today in this section we are delighted to have three distinguished female leaders as our invited speakers, and they will share their valuable experience with us. And while female leaders are still in the minority today, we can see many outstanding women demonstrate their unique leadership in various careers. And so I believe this section we will have a very nice sharing, and we can have a more in-depth discussion in the following forum. Okay, so let me introduce our first invited speaker, Vice President Zhou Meiyin of Academia Sinica in Taiwan. She's an outstanding theoretical physicist in condensed matter, and also currently the chair of C20 Commission on Computational Physics in IUPAP. Due to her academic achievements, she has received many honors and awards. She was elected as a Fellow of the American Physical Society in 2002, the Taiwan Distinguished Women Scientist Award in 2013, and the Academician of Academia Sinica in 2014, and the Fellow of the World Academy of Sciences in 2019. So let's welcome Vice President Zhou.
Okay, good morning. I think this is much better now. And I'd really like to thank the organizers for hosting this very interesting symposium. And it is my honor to come here to share with you some of my thoughts, and also I hope I could also learn something from all the talks. And when I received this invitation, I asked myself what I would like to achieve in this talk. And I set a goal for myself that hopefully my talk could encourage more women to get prepared for the scientific leadership positions by understanding two things. First is the unique strengths women could have for those positions, and also some special challenges we're going to face. So with this understanding, and then hopefully then we will see more women in the leadership positions in every place in Taiwan and also in the world. Of course, when I started thinking about this topic, then I do realize that this is a research topic in social sciences. And we really have publications on these topics. For instance, I just did a very quick search, and recently there journal papers on this topic. So I think this is not the purpose to do really scientific talk. And so I think what I would do in this talk is that I would tend to address those issues based on my own personal experiences and my observations on the successful leaders I have encountered. Yeah. Okay, so before we talk about those two issues, and first of all, we would like to understand what this is about academic leadership. Okay, so I would like to use a quote from a book by Jack Welch. This is a book I encountered early on that was published in 2005, and of course he is the famous. Is a very famous person, was the CEO of General Electric for many, many years, and very influential person. And of course, there are debates about his achievements and his opinions, but nevertheless, in this book, I found some interesting comments. And he said that when you become a leader, maybe a boss or maybe a chair in your department, leadership requires distinct behaviors and attitudes. And for many people, they debut with the job because we would never, if you want to become a professor, you have to get your PhD, you have to get the training in your research, and maybe you have some training in teaching, but we're not really trained to become a department chair. Okay, so and also in his idea that before you become a leader, success is all about growing yourself. Okay? When you become a leader, success is all about growing others. Okay, so this is a very different job here. Okay, all right. So so when I became a department chair many years ago, even in my 40s, and I was kind of worried whether this is something that I should go into. So I searched all some writings, and then I found this a very interesting description by a former vice president of the American Association for Higher Education, and he said that the chair is a department chair, maybe the first level leadership position, is supposed to be a strategic planner, master of budgets, personnel whiz, shrewd marketer, and external diplomat. Okay, so very multifunction, and of course this was about departmental chair, but this could apply to all academic leadership positions. Okay, all right. So before I go into my main comments, so I list here. I thought I should give you a summary of all the tasks, if it's even a partial summary of what you will encounter as a leadership in the leadership position. Maybe President Su will tell us more. Because we have to facilitate goal setting in individuals' programs, and also by the unit as a whole. We have to manage the unit's fiscal affairs, the money, and we have to provide effective management of the internal affairs of the unit, a lot of them. And we have to develop and maintain open communications with all constituencies, and recruitment, retention, develop internal and external resources, finding the money, and implement fair and equitable performance evaluation. And most importantly, you have to establish your working environment for people to achieve their goals, and also have to balance and reconcile diverse interests within the unit. Okay, it's a lot of work. Okay, all right. So there would be, if you do any search, go to any classes, there would be principles or guidance or things about how to be a leader. Okay, so that's general. That would be the same for men and women. Okay, but so this symposium is about women in science and technology. So I would mention the following two things. Okay, so what would be the strengths more women have than men? Okay, because everybody is different, and so we could only talk about the statistical average or something, and not every woman has all of those strengths. Okay, and we have also many men who maybe may have those very special orientation. I mean, their in their behaviors or in their personality. So this is just a kind of a statistical summary. Okay. And as a woman, you may have one or two or three and may not have all of them, okay? But those are the strengths I see in a lot of women leaders, okay? And that would, those would be helpful for you to accomplish your jobs. Okay, first thing is multitasking. This is kind of unusual because I think women are, created biologically to be able to handle a lot of things at the same time, because you can imagine if you have children, more than one or two or three, and you have to handle a lot of things at the same time. So in general, a lot of women could think along different directions and handle different tasks at the same time. Because I remember I know a very famous woman physicist who had a lot of responsibilities and was doing a lot of administrative positions. She would be in her office and handling meetings, multiple meetings at the same time in her office. So she would talk to this group of people, and then when they were trying to look for something, so she would switch immediately and talk to another group of meeting, and then, so that's the way she handles things, having multiple meetings at the same time, okay? And also, more women are people-oriented. That means that they would be able to be more communicative, sociable, with a natural tendency for empathy, okay, and maybe could listen better and could play a supportive role. And those are very important. And again, I think those perhaps women were created biologically to have those traits, because they have to handle the families. Okay, a lot of things have to communicate, they have to coordinate. Okay, and so the next thing is they're more collaborative. Okay, working with teams, working with people, and be good citizens in a group. Okay, so that's also very important when you are in a leadership position. Okay, and next, I saw the women are more open-minded, because I guess we don't have very strong ego. Okay, less stubborn and adaptable. I mean, so we could change the direction and evaluate different conditions, and then we'll be able to choose the most effective one along the way, and they're faster to discern capacity. They do all the evaluations. Okay, and of course we have other things. Perseverance. We are not afraid of difficulties and challenges. We want to insist on continuing, and then could be really patient in waiting for the outcome. Okay, so those are some of my observations about the strengths, and hopefully those strengths will be really helpful, okay, for women to go into the leadership position. Okay, all right, now what are the special challenges more women may face? Okay, and and of course, there may be challenges, maybe some special tendencies. Okay, I think women are taught to be perfect mothers, perfect wives, because you never hear somebody say, "I just want to be an okay mother." Okay, it never happened. Okay, so that means we always think about that something we really have to do everything excellently, and so we have to get all the A's, and then we have to do very well. So, but that will induce a lot of stress and pressure. Okay, so and along the way you'll find that it's okay not to be 100%. To finish everything, okay? And it also, I mean, I heard some other people say that men tend to apply for positions that he might be only 60% qualified, and women will apply for positions that she would think is maybe 90% qualified, because she would tend to give herself very, very high standard, okay? But that may not be absolutely necessary, okay? But because of that, then there are other things about confidence, because we always requires very high. So that means that then that once you have the confidence that we could do well, even though you could accomplish only 60% or 70% of the job, okay? So then normally I would tend to encourage my female students or something and say, okay, you could do well. I mean, because I guess everybody will have the experience, and sometimes women do not speak up in the group until she feels that she's like 100% sure about what she will be saying. But a lot of men would say, I'm sorry, there are not a lot of men, but a lot of men would tend to speak up even though just only 50% sure. Okay, so this is, so we have to increase the confidence that one could do very well, okay, in comparison. Okay. And another thing is that I don't know, this is maybe also some biological trends. So women are less comfortable in taking high risks, because if you're going to run a family, you have to think about the safe side, right? You're not going to put everything at risk, okay? But sometimes in a leadership position, sometimes one has to take, I would say, calculated risk, but sometimes the risk could be very high. Okay, so sometimes, so this is also biological trend that we feel a little bit less comfortable in stepping out of the comfort zone. Okay, but that's something we all have to learn. Okay, and also, men could be going to the bar, could be drinking together, and could go to football games or the parties, and have a lot of networking opportunities. And relatively few women will feel very comfortable in those situations. So that's, again, some opportunities that we may not have, okay? But there are certainly other ways to compensate that, okay? And still, I think nowadays this may still be some stereotyping that is, if we have a woman leader in the position, and then she may take some time to build the credibility as an effective academic leader. Okay, because people may ask whether she could do the job. Can she really do the job? And then, I know it's getting better and better now, and we have a lot of successful women leaders in those positions, and then people start to recognize that women could really do the job. Okay, all right. So those are the some challenges, I think, if we are prepared, and before you go into those positions, and then you may have a better ideas and to think about those. Okay. All right, so the final message, my time is up, and I think my advice is that you should consider academic leadership positions if you aspire to do interesting things that have the potential to make a real and positive difference to your organization and to help young people get their feet on the ground and thrive. Okay, so this is a rewarding thing, okay? And just at the end, I would probably give you a little bit more. And in addition, if you're a leader, you're in those leadership positions, and you would feel what we will feel, okay? First, you will learn how to juggle M balls in the air, which ain't growing exponentially. It will never stop, okay? And you would learn that money has colors and how to balance a colorful accounting book. Okay? There are many different ways. And you have the opportunity to practice herding cats, okay? That's you could search what that means, but in the best possible way, okay? You will have a job on which you would find something rewarding and something stressful almost every day, okay? And also you would be constantly challenged to find a way to stretch your creativity. You always have things you have to solve, problems you have to solve, okay? And you get to know many uniquely intelligent and highly intriguing people in your organization and outside your organization. And you will take the road less traveled by, okay? And which will make all the differences. Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Zhou, for the inspiration speech. And if any of you have more questions, we will have an extension forum right after this section. So please save your question until then. And our next invited speaker, Frances Wang, is currently Google Pixel Software Team's Test Engineering Director. She received her Bachelor in Life Sciences at Queen's University in Canada and obtained her EMBA in Information Management from National Taiwan University. Before Google, Frances also has 17 years of experience in mobile phone quality assurance at HTC. So we would like to have her experience sharing. So please welcome Director Wang.
Hi everyone. Yeah, my name is Frances Wan, and it's a great honor to be here and together with others like female leaders in science and technology. And I also appreciate for the event organizer who gave me such a precious opportunity to share my thoughts and stories. I hope you find them helpful. And I think this is also give us a chance that we really think about this topic more deeply. And and today's topic I'm going to talk about is the women leaderships in science in technology industry. So here's a little bit about myself. So I actually have more than 20 years work experience in mobile phone quality assurance area, and you can see actually my journey reflects the evolutions of a smartphone starting from 2G to 5G. And I'm also leading a testing engineering team at Google for Google Pixel software product. So in case if you don't understand, familiar with the Pixel product, it's actually the hardware portfolio with all the next generation smartphone, wearable, and hearable product. And our team is involved in various software testing area, and we use the automations or also innovative technology, like including ML, to help to enhance the test efficiency and also test effectiveness. And also, I'm the mom with 2 young children. And during my spare time, I love to do some outdoor activities, including the cycling and golfing. So actually, I found that these sports actually bring me closer to nature, and I will be able to alleviate my stress from work and make me to detach from work. And this is also a good exercise. Actually, you can build up your network with different kind of group of people.
So I'm always interested in STEM field, and my father is actually the one who inspired me a lot since I was little. He's a dentist, and he always inspired me to explore a different kind of science and technology world. And so it wasn't too difficult for me to make a decision at the beginning of the early stage, that my determination in science field, and until that I become work as an engineer, I found that and become very few females in the workplace. I found there is inevitable obstacles that I actually have to overcome. Let me share one of the examples I ever have in my early journey. So it was a business trip to Germany. Actually, people were sent from different teams to there in order to secure one of the wireless product in order to hit one of the critical milestones. And at that time I was just a junior test engineer. And when I entered the war room, actually I got questions from the top executive. He was saying that, why are you here? We actually don't need a girl to be here. And he even said that, I hope you are not here to ruin my project. So at that moment, I feel extremely humiliated and embarrassed. But actually at that moment, there are several thoughts come to my mind. So first is that I actually really appreciate for my manager's recognitions, because he believed that I have the competence to accomplish the work. So that's why he sent me to this challenging trip. But second, I feel that actually this industry and environment is so discouraging, and it's very discouraging for females. And I was thinking that probably there are some females with high potential. Actually, their hope has been killed by this kind of industry and an environment at an early stage. So after this incident, I actually working very hard and very long hour in order to prove that I'm diligent and I'm capable, and I was able to do as good as other peer. And later on, everything paid back. The top management started gaining trust on me. I started to create I started to establish my credibility, and also to perform my professionalism. People probably will say that no pain, no games, but actually from this experience, I do feel that actually women need to work even harder in order to gain the trust from other peers, and also the women need to prove themselves a little bit more in order they need to work a little bit more harder in order to prove that they are as good as their peers too. So that's why during my early stage, I actually feel that if I really become a female leader in the future, I have to link in, and I need to work. I need to foster a more work-inclusive environment so that I can empower, encourage the potential females to
to work on new opportunity. And also I would like to promote more safe and open work environment so that everyone, including the minority, will be able to excel, to grow, and to be success in STEM field. Actually, it's not easy because there are several layer of factors actually hinder the woman, the equity in tech workforce. So in Taiwan, actually women represented only 8% of WE workforce and only 18% of IT overall. You can see, actually the number is relatively low, and there must be some reason behind that to entering entering this sector. So actually there are some area that Google has been noticed, and we are also trying to improve. The first thing is about the policy. So the policies referring to here is the government's labor law. If the law is not really providing the resource and support to the child's care, including the maternity, paternity, and parental leave, actually this is environment is not really encourage female to be employed. And second is the culture. So if the company is not treating the workers as a capital, is treating the workers as capital instead of asset, and this is also discouraging female because female usually be considered as the physically weaker or is not naturally good at tech job. Third is about the system. So if the system is offering the employee more flexible in work style and also offer like more equal opportunity to hire everyone, and also people get the same opportunity to get promoted, this is actually will encouraging the female and also the minority to join the workforce. And fourth, I would say is the most important, but people will be ignored easily, is the female conscious. So this is something that is the motivations for female to willing to participate and make change instead of just accepting existing all the social norm and stereotype. So as you can see that people need to deal with not just the stress from the work, but also the women also need to be responsible to take care and raise their family. So you can see that actually wearing different hats for women is very common. So that's why they has been trained. They need to take care about multiple things at the same times. So that's why you can see people, female leader actually, sometimes they need to find a way to balance their life and work. And also this is also helping the female leaders be able to quickly adapt to new situations and also find a solution quickly at work. So let me share also one of the example is that after all this challenging, I was also able to start a team from scratch, and then I lead and grow the team for many years. So until 2018, which is the most challenging year for me as well, my company was acquired by Google, and I was asked to lead a team which is triple in size compared to before. And at the same time, I also, in the divorce process, to negotiate a settlement. So it's really stressful for me because I question myself if I will be able to deal with all this kind of challenging at the same times, like running a very big team in a new company and become a single mom. Yeah, but after all the supports I got from my parents my child, my friend, and my manager, I was able to get over all this hardship, and I can move on and then to thrive. Yeah, so I think actually all these kind of things to make me to become more stronger, and I actually learn from others and then to deal with complex situations. So there are some successful women around my work, and actually from my observations, I actually see that empathy is one of the key leadership traits that women actually can use to empower and also lead their team. Actually, women bring the openness to the work. They bring different perspective, different voice, and they are usually like willing to engage and establish the partnership with the stakeholders too. So with all this feminine characteristic, actually it's really helping to build a mutual trust between the company and the employee. And also the mindset treating the employee as an asset instead of capital is really helping to create an inclusive work environment which can help everyone to thrive and to grow. And also empathy is helping us to prevent the bias and also prevent the misunderstanding from work too. And we think that's also very important because that's give leaders have the obligations to ensure that we create a psychological safety environment to all the employees. So employee will be able to grow and to learn, and the leaders has the obligations to support them whenever they have any challenges in the work and in life. So aside from all the my takeaway of leadership, if for all the potential female leads, if you're thinking about a leader path as your career growth, here are some tips I would like to give for some of the young female talent. So first thing is about resilient. So actually resilient is some ability allow you to overcome the stress and to end the adversity and come back stronger or even stronger than before. Resilient, actually, there are some factors can make you more resilient. For example, you need to have a positive attitude, to be optimistic, and you have the ability to regulate your motion, and also you actually seeing the failure as a form of helpful feedback. And second is confidence. So it's important that you have to continue to build the confidence about yourself so that you can be bold, take risks, and do not afraid to explore to different kind of opportunities. And third, I would encourage that we all need to have the growth mindset. So the growth mindset actually make us to step out the comfort zone. So we are willing to take more opportunity, more challenging, and we are willing to learn new skills and new things to upgrade ourselves. And also we can embrace the challenging, embrace the things that you like to work, and do not afraid of that. And last things, I think the networking is also important too. I found actually the mentorship is very useful. I will suggest that you can connect to the mentor who are 2 to 3 steps ahead of you. And that person can be male or female, as long as that person can provide you the support for your career path. Actually, the mentor can provide you, to share the experience or provide you the advice or suggestions for your job searching, job transitions, or promotions. And actually, the mentor is not just live it in work, but actually that person can maybe helpful on your life. challenging as well. So actually, it takes sometimes for me to internalize all these factors really matters. And it's an iterative process to make me grow into a leader today. So before I wrapping up my today's talk, I just want to emphasize that we should acknowledge that change facts as a woman, like for example, our physical constraints, the childbirth, but I think we still need to try our best to advocate for equity, and we should stand up and be strategic to think about how do we break the barriers. Yeah, so that's all for my sharing today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Wang, for the insightful sharing. And our third speaker, President Su Huizhen of National Cheng Kung University, is the first female president of 85-year history of NCKU. She is a public health scientist specializing in air pollution. She received 2017 Leadership Award in Public Health Practice from the Harvard T.H. Zhang School for her leadership and her long work in improving indoor air quality. And she is the first one in Asia to receive this award. She was also cited one of the 10 science stars of East Asia by the leading journal Nature. And as a faculty member of NCKU, and based on what I know, I'm also very appreciate the President Su's support on young faculty in NCKU. And I think that is quite different as a female leader. And let's welcome President Su for her sharing.
Okay, let's see how this works. Good morning for those who are joining us here on site and those of you who are online, as I'm told. This is a beautiful morning, though, with some breezes here in Taipei. But I must first congratulate the organizing committee for a beautiful job they did. I must confess, before we show up here this morning, there wasn't too much sort of time or opportunity. The three of us get together, coordinate or exchange our materials to be presented. But as I was sitting there and listening from the first one delivered by Vice President Solt, which beautifully highlighted in an organized way the key strengths or sort of challenges being women leaders in the field. And later, Francis, Director Wang, elaborated further through her own story as someone who has worked in the IT area or a field that is probably most recognized as a representative domain in the STEM field on your sort of employment or job market. I thought that my materials to be shared with all of you would be just perfect because my intention is to give you a broader view through quotable evidence from the references so that you have probably another perspective to look at why the gender or across different gender need to be empowered or why there will still be gap or spaces that us coming together as a community can work more toward a better future sort of world that we share together. So this is my title page, right? Okay, let's move to the first one. So as already introduced by my colleague, Yijun, I have a background in public health, and in the most recent years, I'm more geared toward working on the area of sustainability. Many of you probably already sort of recognize that this is now the chic word and also recognize the importance of our future generations. But my point is to highlight that there can be no sustainable development without science. Since this is a community that we're working as scientific colleagues, and also we are educating the next generation of scientists, let's recognize that everything we do today, everything we produce through our concerted efforts will be a meaningful contribution to our future society. I won't go any further, but just to highlight for you how critical science is. And next, please. Thank you. And through that, I also would like to share you, this is already presented and organized in the documented report. If we think there would be an equal presence of sort of these two genders for the time being, men and women, and the achievement of a full human potential in a sustainable development is not possible if one half of us, okay, one half of the sort of humanity continues to be denied his full human rights or opportunities. So out of these goals, you see in you probably see only SDG 5, particularly highlight the gender equality, and indicating that it's essential to SDGs, and if it's not achieved, then there's no way to implement sustainable development. But if you go, just pick up any of these goals, you see there's already scientific information arguing or illustrating the meaning, the importance of this gender. For instance, in SDG 11, women as an equal right to a safety space, right? In any public spaces. So without organizing, designing, or being mindful to provide a particular safety to the women, there will be no way that we can be talking about sustainable development or sustainable urbanization. I won't give you any other sort of more detailed rationales that you can go into very easily. But maybe another one is SDG 7. We're talking about energy. But if you look at the references around the world, across all cultures, across all the geographic sort of regions, women basically are the key provider, organizer, or even manager of the energy. So if women can be educated with the proper sciences or have a full potential to explore their management in this particular domain, you can see it would be much easier to shift us in terms of energy transition model into the future world. And I believe sort of Vice President Zhou is leading, or also Academia Sinica is focusing very, very highly on this domain, and this is how we view. And what are the status quo of the gender disparity today? Next one, please. This is just to give you something from World Economic Forum. If we maintain the way we are today and taking the paradigm in 2021, there will be another maybe 50 years for the Western Europe, or women in Western Europe, to really reach their gender parity. And it will be worsen. Look at the South Asia, will be another 2 centuries, close to 200 years. And this is some reality that today we all have to bear in mind before we move in the other sector. Moving very quickly, looking at the science and tech area, what is the gender gap? And we truly believe if you look at the data around the world, almost there will be probably, mostly in every first line of admission, application, going to school or going to the job market, there's equal presence for men and women, okay, 50 to 50. But later on, if you look at the right-hand side today, there will be roughly only around a quarter, 26.5% of the management position and leadership role is in the S&P 500 companies. And I think, for instance, can evidence that. You look at the sort of a lower down sort of right-hand side, and through the time, there will be only 60% of the deans at the university are women, and then department chairs, 15%, and will be worsened in the same STEM area. So 75% of the people in the States, according to the survey, believe that we need more female role models to encourage all the sort of young fellows come forward to work on that, and that will be beneficial to our future society. And it's also evidence, right, looking at the 2 centuries of the Nobel Prize laureate gender gap. For the first 20 years, there will be only less than or close to only around 4% of the females are identified identified or recognized through as a Nobel laureate. In the most recent 20 years, up to 2021, there are 12% already. And today, I think that across different domains, there will be wider gap or the gap is catching. But this is just something for you to recognize gender gap is area. So you talk about whether there's barriers and how do we break those barriers. Well, the data shows 40% or 39% of the women think there is a barrier for their next promotion, and only 8% of the men recognize there is a barrier, okay? And so looking at the right-hand side, you think, well, at least, speaking of the competence, 62% of the women think they are likely to be promoted in the next 2 years, but this situation will be worsened, and I'd like to bring your attention to that. The first level of sort of categorization may be men and women, but after that, there will be different cultural background, ethnic background, or even the other constraints should be considered. So we'll be talking about 27% of the colored women think they are less confident on this promotion. And if you look, truly look on the equality or equality issue, you want to be mindful with these differences. Specifically on STEM, next one, across the board, and then this is a newly identified talent crunch on the STEM area through the globe, and those in the heavier color in sort of orange also means that it's a significant and serious strength. But there will be different demand for employers' anticipation, and how does it related to our cultivation? Next one, okay, give you the world data. There will be share of females in the STEM field for the past 30 years. And you can see there will be a slight sort of shift in the percentage of distribution every 10 years. But they remain very, very little changes. And if you're looking at the emergent jobs for the upcoming time and based on the data of the past 3 years, you see there is probably and nearly no progress at all for these specific sort of a market, for instance, in data and AI or the other engineering perspective. And for the students or young fellows in the STEM area, this is something we can be particularly mindful. And in Taiwan's case, on the top sort of in the upper part of the table, or the tabulation, what it shows you is that out of the 300,000 R&D personnel in the business, government, or tertiary education sector, there would be only 26% of them are women or in this gender. On the lower part, we will be talking about the researchers specifically. And out of the 140,000 or 144,000 researchers now today in Taiwan, only 42,000 of them are female. And you can see the differences are particularly striking in the area of engineering technology or even in the area of nature and sciences. And that's why some of the young faculty, female faculty here in the engineering background are particularly carrying important duties or your responsibility to identify your importance and to elaborate on that. And this is some data that have been mindful in NCKU. Luckily, we have come through the challenges of 10 or 20 years ago. Today, out of the past 5 years, also this is a rather stable and slightly increased, but at least it's becoming healthier in some way for a comprehensive and or engineering and science and technology focused university like us. And finally, I think I move very, very quickly for you to look at why diversity is important, why equity is important, and how you are very, very critical to work on the inclusive issue, because every one of these factors are related and attributable to ultimate realization of sustainability in our society. And again, first of all, I think it's already highlighted by Dr. Chiu and Director Wang. the innovation drives by the different gender composition. What you look at there on the sort of two circle, it says companies with below age diversity scores is about 25% of that. But if companies could have above average diversity score, they would have at least a 45% better sort of innovation score, innovation income coming from that particular factor. And that recognized. A McKinsey report signifies pretty much the similar way that through innovation and through diversity, the lower 25% quartile of the company would have a sort of 25% less of likelihood to really gain those profit compared to those in the top five quarter. The lowest 25% versus the highest 25% of the company would have roughly another 25% of differences in their profitability earning. And that shows the other strong evidence. So key factors, what is summarized for us is that diversity generates more revenue from a very practical sort of economic point of view. And women not only think differently, but I think it bring in different attributes, either through our own experiences or for our physiological composition to contribute to that differences. And therefore, we truly need role models on that. So these just give you hard data. You need to convince people why they should give you the joint hands to work on that. So these data simply signifies, for instance, there would be a US dollar 6 trillion gains if the potential all the sort of employment rate across all the OECD region can reach the level in Sweden. Okay, but the other, on the right-hand side, what it says is that you will likely to have around 2 trillion of US dollar gains if the gender pay gap across the OECD can be met. Today, at least, US, there will be an 18% sort of pay gap through the gender issue. In Korea, about 30% or more. And I think in Japan, about 20%. And I think we can look into those meanings. So we definitely recognize the importance of female leadership in this world. And I think what I'd like to share with you today, looking at all the startup information from the country, women for the company that are led or started by women seems to care more about making a difference, care about making a social impact. In the US, 70% of companies like that. In UK, it's at 63%. They care much less about making big money. And that's the meaning of how women leadership, even in the business sector, can make a difference in our future world. Around the world, in the country, there are many, many women that are already important. And in my own proud institute and CKU, we do. Not only we had the first honorable doctoral degree granted to Dr. Gro Brundtland, which is considered the mother of the sustainability and led a generation change in the global efforts in moving towards sustainable development. And through the years, we support female leadership from the less developed or underdeveloped region coming toward Taiwan and join this hub for those activities. Of course, my own students and faculty are very much important. They are across from medicine, from engineering, from biosciences, from the other sort of material and energy issues from Taiwan, from Thailand, from other countries on this platform. Women are critical in sciences and sustainability, and our students also in all kinds of changes to participate in these efforts around the world in different topics, and I think this is why. So in summary, I think I echo what VP Zhou and Director Wang already highlight in their talk. For few competences that we prepare our next generation to the future will definitely include imagination, critical mindset, and wisdom gathering, and so forth. But if you look at, it's already also summarized by the Harvard Business Review, the key leadership capabilities of women, and the key things is that we are very much resilient. We think more in a strategic way, and we look at the result. We look with our endpoints, have a further higher bar or goals than the others, because we often carry multi-tasks. We often are given multi-responsibility, and we are often the first line of defender and the last of the preserver. And therefore, through those inherited and very, very appreciated characteristics, I think we have the full responsibility to make the world a better place for everyone to share in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, President Su, for the wonderful talk. And this is the end of this invited talk section, and now we are going to move to the forum of discussion. So let's thank our three invited speakers again, and please maybe come forward. We can have the discussion forum. Thank you.
Let's welcome three chairs to host this forum on female leadership. Welcome Distinguished Professor Lin Yixing from Department of Photonics, National Yangming Jiao Tong University, and the Associate Researcher Dr. Chen Qi from Research Center for Applied Science, Academia Sinica, and Assistant Research Fellow Dr. Qudan Ru from Center for Condensed Matter Science, National Taiwan University. Let's welcome them and welcome our speaker to join this forum.
Hi, I'm Yixin Lin from, good morning. Hi, I'm Yixin Lin from National Yangming Jiao Tong University. And this Dr.
Qi Quan
Quan.
from Academia Sinica.
Hi.
I'm Dan Ruqu from CCMS, National Taiwan University.
And we are three chairwomen sitting on chairs. Okay. So it's our great honor to host this forum. And we have the three great leaders and the professionals from different areas, and they share the excellent point, and it's very insightful and empowering and evocative, I believe. Yeah, there's a lot of good points. I feel so impressed. And okay. I believe we all impacted by how to advocate the diversity, inclusion, and equity. And so in this section, we are going to continue to have an in-depth chat with the three speakers. And in this section, we are going to, I believe that all the audience have a lot of questions to the speakers. So we are going to, if you have a question, you raise your hand, and Danru is going to pick up the question from the audience, and the speaker is going to reply it, and then continue sharing the perspective and mindset regarding to the leadership. So Danru, could you help this section about the question?
So now we are taking questions. So do you, okay. So maybe, okay. Dr. Lin.
I have a question particularly for President Su. I think the recent survey on the ranking of the university just came out and upset many people. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm wondering, in that survey, do they include gender equality in the distribution in the STEM department? And also, if not, also should we do that within the Ministry of Education in Taiwan, using that as an index on the development of a university, as particularly we have all this whatever grand challenge or grant to promote university. And also like in industry, right, there's a McKinsey, all of this, they do research to show diversity, promote the revenue income. I'm wondering, like in academia, is there any research to show when an institution contain more diversified background of people in gender, in research field, will they come out more high impact research?
Let me try to make a long story short. Otherwise, we will dominate the conversation for the next hour or two. It really depends on which ranking system that you will be addressing at. Most of the time, each of this ranking system today, you see would comprises hundreds of index in there. And later, they will be composited into different sort of score or percentage. So even though maybe out of this hundreds of sort of miniature indices, there will be some places it seems to be highlighted to be to indicate how women or female or different genders are presented. But at the end of the day, it's often outnumbered or outpowered by the other sort of citation factors or the other more quantitatively easily accessed type of statistics. As far as I'm concerned, gender equality or the concern for closing that parity gap is not through law. It's through a cultural revolution. It's through understanding. It's to really dig out what sort of hinders those strengths to come out, what refrains those women or young fellows of female gender coming out from that particular domain. So over the years when I'm working at the university, the way I understand or support my female faculty or even my male faculty in particular is to bring in that understanding for at one platform. So people need to really have an ultimate consensus on our goal together before you can really treat them or put them in a set, I would say, segregated sort of gender domain. And there would be not my way of thinking, bring in gender sort of equality into our platform.
This session is more about leadership. We have three all distinguished leaders here. So I think we will try to focus the topic more on leadership.
Okay, so then, okay.
This is my turn. I'm from Taiwan Women in Science and Technology, Song Shunlian. Regarding the mentor part, I think in TWIST, our organization, we try to do these activities a long time. It is very hard to actually acting this one. And because I really believe it is the cultural things. We are not easily to talk about our difficulties among our friends, or we usually will go home, talk to our mom, right? So I think this is another issue we need to overcome because internationally, they are always talking about mentorship. So how can this system can actually work in Taiwan? I think this is a very important issue, and we need to work more on this. Otherwise, when we mentoring some young kids, young fellow, they come back to you and talk about her love story. Okay, so that's really out of our goal or something like that. So can you also for growing leadership? I think this is very important thing. Otherwise, I know in this room we are all very capable women. Probably we solve by ourselves. Usually this is our experience, right? And then we are wasting time. It's really wasting time. So how can we use that mentorship then? This is my question. Thank you.
Do you have anyone
Anything you wanna comment or echo to the audience? Okay, yes, I think the mentoring program is really important. Okay, I understand that in different societies here, like Taiwan Physical Society, they always have a work group, women in physics, and I believe for the other society, chemistry or something, they may have that. So there would be some activities or some group of people would be able to get together, maybe just for a small seminar. Then people could sit down and have connections. Okay, and because maybe there the difficulty people are facing would be similar. Okay, so that's something I think within the community, the societies, that definitely that can be done. And within the units, I know that because in my previous experience at the university, then we do have at the college level and also at the department level the mentoring arrangements. Okay, and then even here in Academia Sinica in different institutes, and they're doing that at different to a certain extent. That is, a new faculty member would be assigned 1 or 2 mentors, and then the senior faculty member would try to help. Okay, but I think another thing is that I will encourage people to also seek help yourself. Okay, if you find you go to the conferences, found some senior faculty members that you feel comfortable to talk to, and then or other circles, you have other colleagues, and then I think that's something I mentioned that we because to talk about your difficulties, it's not a shame or something, because we should not ask ourselves to be 100% perfect. Okay, so the collaboration and encouragement, and you have a circle, girlfriend circle, that will be very helpful. Again, so yeah. Anything you want to add?
Maybe I can add some points for a mentorship program, but I'm not sure is that going to help on academic side, but at least like in the company side, actually we found the mentorship programs pretty helpful, and people actually using that. We have a well-structured mentorship program. We have mentee and mentor, and actually the mentor, they will put on the strengths that they have, what they most experience, and also the mentor will also put into the area they want to grow, stuff like that. So we actually can do the matching. So people who can really find the right mentor for them to solve their problems. And also when we start a mentor program, we actually want to set up a goal so that people will not just discussing all the problem and without focus. So we should have at least like some high level goal. Like, for example, you want to, Alex, you want to do the promotions, or you want to solve what kind of problems, or you just want to explore more what kind of opportunity you have. So definitely you need to have the goal so that the mentor and a mentee can focus and to make the mentorship program more effective. Yeah, so that's something that we are doing in the company. So I think probably it would be good if can apply to academic field too.
Thank you. Thank you for the great point.
So now we will take some questions, maybe from this area. Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing this inspiring talk, and I really touching. Okay, so I have one question. Since you already shares very important characteristics for the leadership, do you have some concrete suggestion, especially for the young generation, to build up in their early age, and also especially for some people who are shy, and how do they gain their confidence? Thank you very much.
If I'm first one to respond. It looks like I'm not shy enough. Right? I often think, three of us are sitting here. I think Frances shares some that in the early years, or when you were young. And so I asked myself, how would make me not too shy, or not to sort of refrain myself from presenting myself in certain situations. I think one thing helped, that's to work on your knowledge bank. To just make sure that the spectrum of your sort of interest or knowledges are often kept up to date, at least. Okay, so that you have something to converse with people, regardless of whether it's a man or woman, regardless it's a child or aged seniors. That helps me, and I don't know whether that helped you. I remember when I first, I shouldn't say that. I'm not too fond of sports. Okay, I know you are outdoor persons. I definitely am not. But I remember from the first day that I show up in the lab when studying in the US. And the rest of the seniors, even the peers that come in with me on the same class, were the first thing to talk about would be what NBA happened yesterday, what the particular baseball start, the other sort of inside story of that. I had no way to really cut in of any of the conversations. And I said, there's no way for me to survive. I mean, I have to follow up. So then I decide, every day when I went home, the first thing is I study through what are the major games happened yesterday. Then I try to search around, at least I can pick up something. And before long, I was very welcome in the lab because I can join that program. I got a lot of support from that. Later on, when I had to run some very difficult experiments and, heavy loading on the basket, blah, 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 like that. And all my senior colleagues, 185, 190 centimeter tall, all those big guys, because I was part of the group. This is just one minor example. You don't really have to force yourself into something that you are not comfortable with. But if you are determined to be you, of some meaning, of some value in your future, you probably just have to invest and work on something. And I find that your knowledge bank helps, okay? And then diversify your understanding to a culture or even to a food. What are the most, authentic flavor from different regions, so that at least you have something to pick up, points to pick up, to converse with people, and then make you a much more interesting person. And by the time you then find, your own confidence, because you find people are drawn to you, right? And you have a group. When you like to cry or just to be angry or be something. So that would be my experience. Very humble, personal experiences for you to consider.
Okay, thank you. So, who wanna add?
Yeah.
Maybe I can share some tips. I think for typical and effective leaders, definitely you have to overcome your shyness, and you have to be able to have a good communication skills. So I think you can start to, for example, you set a small goal for yourself. Like, for example, if you're attending any meetings or any forum, you want to provide at least like one constructive feedback in that meeting. Just one is fine, but just make it consistent. I think that's a small step you can do. You can set up a small goal, which is achievable. So every time that you enter the meeting, you can actually provide one constructive feedback. Actually, that's the big step for you. And when you constantly doing the practice, actually you will internalize this kind of skill to yourself. So I think you can just set a small goal to make it happen. And another one I found is useful is that you identify the role model and try to analyze and break down the behavior you think you are inspired, or you think you found the leadership in that way. So you can try to emulate and try to do that.
But just, I think in making a small goal, yeah, would be good.
This is a very important question, so let me just respond to certain, because I am a very shy person, very shy. Okay, now you probably cannot tell, but if I mean, okay, so there are two aspects. One, public speaking or to speak up. That's action. I mean, that's something that can be trained. Okay, so you could set a goal and try to practice. But I think the other important aspect is that you do want to have something very solid and very constructive, something to say. Because when you have that, you will feel confident, and then you can speak up more. Okay. So I would encourage everybody that you could start with your something in your everyday life, because I think everybody is sitting on some committee, and maybe everybody is given some task already by the unit. Okay. If you spend the time and it's like a research project, right? So you try to understand the problems to be solved and try to think about that and give that a good thought. And you may be the one on the table that could provide the best suggestion. Okay, once you have that and speak up, and then people will recognize you, and gradually people will evaluate you and put you up there, and then you will be asked next time for your opinions very naturally. Okay, so one could do that a step at a time, and gradually, and to evaluate that whether you really like doing this or not. Okay, but I think when you become more senior, and we all have the responsibilities on many committees. Okay, so even though you're not a chair or something, but you have to do your contributions, and that's also where you will show your leadership potentials.
I think very good advices. Yeah. So next, 高老师，对，高老师。
My turn. Okay. I'm also a shy person, but somehow I learned to grow in convincing. 对着这里，好好 ，OK。I forgot. Should I speak in English? Okay. Sorry. I'm also a shy person, but I kind of learned gradually when I was in Harvard and I was in General Electric. And then when I returned to Taiwan, I dared to step up on the stage. It's after those 11 years of training. So you do need to break your own shyness. Gradually, you achieve it. If you don't do anything, you'll not be there. So that's my first personal experience to share. 11 years in Taiwan, nobody was seeing me as a shy person. I think by now, nobody was saying that. But okay, so that's one thing. I think I pick up 2 points, a very important point to share and to ask also. In terms of training as a leader, actually, I really don't recognize anything initiative from the NSPC, right? We do have the 2-day camp, 2-day workshop. I think both of you have been work hard on this part too. So we try to share or mentor as a group for the young generation to learn how to write proposal, how to do this and that on their profession, right? But leadership is not included. So I think taking the example, we're not trained. We become a department chair, you have no training at all. Okay, but on the other hand, leadership is not just the institutional leader. In terms of scientific field, be it physics, chemistry, whatever, there are so many professional society. You can train your leadership. I was the symposium chair for many different societies, and I became the meeting chair for MIS. So gradually, starting from symposium, that's the easiest part, and it really train you a lot. That also builds up your strength in terms of leadership, per se, in the field, your professional field, okay? It doesn't have to be associated with any organization chair, okay? So I have tried my best, try to encourage a lot of young generation
to have a symposium, to organize symposium in MIC. But so far, I'm not succeeding in any. The problem I have is, say if I ask Yaping, she will probably say, so busy, I have no time. Okay, and then for other, even shyer people to me, she will say, oh, it's terrible. Oh my God, very intimidated. And one of the very, I consider very excellent scientist who was my postdoc before, she's excellent. Your school, she's excellent. But she's so shy. She always say, I'm not ready. I'm nobody. She said, I'm nobody, but she has a lot of highly cited paper. So you see how she perceives herself, nobody. But symposium chair doesn't have to be somebody, okay? Everybody has to start from nobody, okay? So this is my first barrier, even just try to convince somebody, okay, to organize a symposium. It's that difficult. Oh, okay, anyway, so that's my point. We probably need some training. So maybe in your future program, we can have a session, okay? And we can just start on sharing how you enter the leadership, okay? How you break your shyness, okay? That's probably very important learning. Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Dr. Lin, for sharing your excellent points and encourage everyone here. And I think it's resonant with the audience. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we'll take the final question. Sorry.
Thank you very much for very inspiring talks, and I wish more like male leadership potentials are here also, because these are very important lessons that they can learn also. So we were talking about this mentorship, sort of like cultivating leadership. One thing that comes to mind is that we should probably start early, because when you become a faculty and you are immersed in these cultural barriers, and you have some restriction posted out by yourself, self-imposing like limits. So the question I want to ask is, and also I echo like some of our colleagues, that some of our female colleagues are willing to passing the leadership role because they think that they are not ready. So I wonder if as we start from like a high school or like a college level, and we do some things, and so forth, we can invite people like you and to share their experiences, inspire them, help them organize something themselves. I think starting early might be the way to break this limit. Okay. By the way, I'm also a very shy person. Thank you.
Want to comment on it?
Well, I wish to also make this brief. I often put sort of mentor plus support system together. That's one thing. Because my experiences in the past few years have included that a matter of really resolving this gap, or really smoothing or bringing closer this parity, is through sensitivity. And sensitivity really does not discriminate your gender. Okay, so a very sensitive, understanding male faculty is a tremendous help to my support system for my female faculty, for my young female college development. That's my experiences. So I often to bring this together. The other thing is the way we could try to work early and work hard is that, to me, a way of training or learning, or to sort of envision yourself a potential to be in a leading position, is by close sort of interaction. And we could easily see, and we offer a program, for instance, especially for the disadvantaged students, family reason and the other reasons in NCQU. We have a program, it's a travel fund for them to simply travel. They don't have to present paper. They don't have to write up a poster. They just travel with my faculty to academic conferences outside of country. It's for them to see how one thrives with confidence in a professional field, how one present their leadership in different domains. And maybe through those very close or some form of intimate sort of association, they build up that internal aspiration to be someone of his or her own value, to be someone of his or her own importance. Because to me, it's a matter of how everyone can contribute his or her full potential, with the understanding that every other person around them deserves also an opportunity to realize their full potential. And through that understanding, I think we can build a much easier platform for bringing closer the gender gap. So that's how I've been working back at institution, and I hope that brings some sort of input to your thoughts.
Welcome join NCKU as a faculty.
Okay, since we have a few minutes extension, so we will have a quick last question. Dr. Liu Yolong. Okay.
Yuri.
So I have a question to VP Zhou and manager, leader Wang, and President Su. So when you are a senior high school student, are you expected that you will become a president or vice president or a team leader in a Google to manage or hold a university and academia as any kind of Google team?
No, I mean, I did not plan to go into any kind of administrative positions. Not at all. No, it was an accident. So, well, okay.
Okay, for me, yeah, I did not really plan for that, but I think probably it's hard. I think it's only very few people probably just set that kind of goal, like when you're in high school or something. But I know, like I want to understand what I'm passionate with, and there's no limit on myself. I can pursue something I like. So at least at that time I know that's what I want. Yeah.
Well, first of all, you all have to trust us when we say we didn't plan it. We really didn't plan it, right? Okay, it's all coming from the bottom of our hearts. And we really didn't plan for it. And I have always said, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or whenever, that you don't plan for title. You don't plan for position. But you truly can learn along the way when you are 10 years old, 20 years old, or someone. Sort of search for your own meaning, life, or importance. So I like to focus on I remember vividly, and again, it's honest, self-reflection, that I did something when I was Gao-yi, first year in the senior high, that never done in the high school before. Again, something in second year of the senior high school, something that school has never done before. Nothing. It's not traditional or not conventional. And again, something in third year. And I knew, okay, even we were at the time, it was a fierce and vicious college entrance exam. I did something in my last year in the senior high school that no one should have done that when they are preparing for the college entrance exam. And today, after so many decades, I still knew and I still remember what those things mean to me. There was a value for me to decide to do that. And I led a group, I led my entire year of students did that. Stuff like that. So again, true, even today, search for the meaning of who you are and how you like to really make a difference. Don't plan for title, don't plan for position, because it might come back to hurt you or hit you or give you some sort of a frustration that it's not worth it. Okay, and truly, it's from the bottom of my heart.
Okay.
Just make very quick comments. Because in my position now, I will be handling a lot of searches. I mean, we means adult universities, academic syndica, we are always looking for good leaders for any departments and for the committees. So we need a lot of good leaders. Okay, that means if you have some quality, you have some skills and develop yourself, have that interest, there will be a lot of position there.
Okay, due to the time limit, I think next time we should make a discussion like 1 hour long. I still see many people want to raise up their hands. Yeah, but we have time limit. Okay, let me just brief summarize. If you want to develop your leadership, don't be shy. Move one step forward and try to practice it again and again. And finally, you become a real leader. Okay, thank you for joining all this forum. And now it's time for the break.
Please enjoy our coffee break outside, and the next session will start at 11:20. 11:20. Please come back on time. Thank you.
喂，test，我觉得都是声音开始。
test， 1 2 3，真的这个要靠你。1 2 3 test。
1 2 1，这一只比较大，这两只很小。
那可能。
test。1 2 1。
真的不行，就他们应该没办法了。
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Our next session will start in 1 minute.
And many other children, and many other of
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome the distinguished Professor Châu Mei-hong from National Taiwan Normal University, and who is also a member of the International Science Council, to chair the keynote speech. Action Plan on Developing a Friendly Field for Female Professionals from International Science Council. Let's welcome Professor Châu.
Okay, good afternoon. Or still in the morning. As a member of the governing board of International Science Council, it is really my privilege and honor to introduce our president, Sir Peter Glutman, to you today. Sir Peter Glutman is an international recognized biomedical scientist and currently heads COE to the Center for Informed Futures at the University of Auckland. From 2009 to 2018, he was the first chief science advisor to the Prime Ministers of New Zealand, and from 2012 to 2018, science envoy for the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. He has served on OECD advisory group related to science and technology and to the digital transmission. Sir Peter trained as a pediatrician and a biomedical scientist, published over 700 papers and several academic and popular books in animal science, developmental psychology, physiology, growth and development, and evolutionary biology and evolutionary medicine. In 2016, Sir Peter received the AAAS Award in Science Diplomacy. He has received the highest civilian and scientific honors in New Zealand. He is a fellow of the Royal Society of London and the Academy of Medical Sciences located in United Kingdom. So I just want to, at the end, I want to introduce a book from the ISC. It's called the Gender Equality in Science, From Awareness to Transform. So I think if you got the time, please visit International Science Council's website. We are doing quite a lot of things to cover the inclusive and the equality in gender in sciences. So this year is the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development. So thanks to the organizers to organize this event, to celebrate this important event and let Taiwan to be visible across the world. So today we don't have Sir Peter here, but he pre-recorded the videos. I hope you will enjoy his talk. So unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to ask his questions. So let's welcome Sir Peter's talk now.
First, I'd like to acknowledge the chair of the session, Mei Hong Chu. Mei Hong is a member of the governing board of the International Science Council, and there she's making particularly important contributions in her various roles on the working groups and committees of the ISC. As many of you will know, the International Science Council was founded only 4 years ago by the merger of the International Council for Science and the former ICSU, as it's well known, and the International Social Science Council, bringing together the two umbrella organizations representing the natural and social sciences once together into a much more effective organization. The organization is made up of member organizations, including IUPAP, Academia Sinica, and many others who are represented at this meeting. In setting up the ISC, it was very clear that the major objective was to give science a much stronger global voice, in particular with the multilateral system. And so over the last few months, we've been building up a much stronger partnership with many of the UN agencies in strengthening the ability of science to project and have impact on the decision-making process in the multilateral system. At the same time, we are reaching out more to our members to engage them in this endeavour and to assist them with their own responsibilities, be them National Academy members like Academy Sinica, or be them disciplinary bodies like IUPAP. We're also reaching out to improve our diversity, and there, in particular, reaching out to the young academies, because we need more younger voices in the global voice of science. And that brings me to the primary point that I want to make in this symposium, namely that science, the scientific voice, must be pluralistic in every way to be most effective. And of course, 50% of the world's population are women. And sadly, in many countries, women from very early in life are very disadvantaged. And we'll return to that in a moment. But fundamentally, if we think about SDG 5, the fifth Sustainable Development Goal, which is focused on improving equity, and many other of the Sustainable Development Goals are fundamentally about equity and diversity and inclusion and human rights in multiple ways. And indeed, if we look at all the Sustainable Development Goals, one can see that they're not achievable without giving cognizance to the criticality and the urgency of improving the role and the rights of women in all societies in the world. And sadly, we're a long way from that, as sadly, we're a long way from adequate progress on Sustainable Development Goals as a whole. Climate change has been inadequately dealt with. Food and water security issues are growing. Progress on areas such as education has been impeded by COVID and all the things that are associated with that. The digital divide was very obvious. Conflict has again resurfaced. And yet, we all know that science and technology have a critical role to play in addressing these existential challenges. And it's in that the ISC must take a greater leadership role. And that leadership role, as I've said already, must include better projection to the global policymaking community, the global diplomacy community, but also assisting our members to be more effective in their disciplines or in their countries. So what's the ISC doing? Well, it's trying to do many things, and many of them are subtle, but they come together very closely as a linked process. First of all, we're very focused and going to give much greater emphasis to the issues of education. In the last month, we've just set up a working group on science education, chaired by one of our officers, Motoko Kitani, a mathematician from Japan. And we'll be reaching out to members of ISC to build up a very effective science education working group. It's an area our members have identified for some time as being an area where the ISC needs to give focus. And there are many aspects to science education, and all of them have an equity domain, a dimension. Ensuring that young women, young girls get education. Ensuring that they're not discriminated against in entering the science and technology streams of education. Ensuring that when they get to university or higher education, they're again not discriminated against with implicit biases against which areas they might enter at university for disciplinary training. Ensuring that we promote those areas of science which at the moment are under-supported, namely transdisciplinary science, where we see more pluralistic domains coming together to address the various questions, the wicked problems on which society depends for finding solutions so much. And here, again, women scientists of all disciplines have a critical role to play. We've worked closely with other bodies in this area to make statements and to create reports on promoting equity in the science system. But I think we need to look under the surface more. Obviously, as I've already indicated, education is critical. Primary school, secondary school education. And good science education at school is critical for an entry, and we know that too many girls are discriminated against in that pathway. And that's why the ASC will be giving emphasis to that in its work over the coming 2 or 3 years. Beyond that, when we look to universities, there are issues in field trip and discrimination of various forms of harassment, which we've been busy trying to eradicate from the science system. But we've got a long way to go. Power relationships are issues in universities. And again, we have a long way to go on that. But perhaps most urgently is to think about the assessment of researchers and the assessment of research, which discriminates against people, male or female, that might have a career interruption for family rearing purposes or other reasons. The research assessment process for individuals, and indeed for research as a whole, is narrow, it's antiquated, and it has to change. And the ISC is working alongside the Inter-Academy Partnership, the Global Youth Academy, and many others to think through how do we create a research assessment systems and principles that are more equitable in outcome and remove unconscious biases in the way research assessment occurs. It's not an easy discussion, but it's a critical discussion to have if we're going to make adequate progress on the challenges that face the world. We must have the capacities that have been underused and under-recognized of both genders involved. We must have scientists from the global south equally engaged with scientists from the global north. We must think of ways to remove these barriers that inhibit so many wonderful young women from entering science careers. And the issues may be different in magnitude and scale in the global north and global south, global east and global west, but we cannot be complacent anywhere. The ISC itself has a board which is now 75% women leadership. 3 of our 5 officers are women. And most importantly, earlier this year, we set up the ISC Fellowship. And the ISC Fellowship is to identify those scientists and recognize them who've contributed not just as scientists, but have contributed to science for the global public good and to science, the global voice of science. In setting up that fellowship, we set up the baseline rules. At least 40% of the fellowship must be from the global south, and at least 40% must be women. And right from the outset, we've achieved that with no difficulty. There are astounding women leaders in science, astounding leaders from the global south in science, and they need to be recognized and engaged in the global scientific endeavor much more willingly and openly than perhaps might have been the case in the past. One might say these are just but small steps, and of course they are. But if we don't recognize the leadership that's already achieved by so many remarkable women scientists, then we don't give role models to the next generation. The pathway for many of them has been tough. But I believe in many countries great progress has been made. The challenge is to make that more universal, more widespread. And so the ISC will continue in its efforts to ensure that science is a global enterprise, that science includes, is diverse in every dimension in the people who are involved in that enterprise. But most importantly of all, we need to see that science translated into effect for the global good. And so much of my efforts since I became president 10 months ago has been to focus on building relationships with many of the UN agencies, with UNDP, United Nations Development Programme, with UNEP, United Nations Environmental Programme, World Health Organization, the United Nations itself in New York. And we're starting to have impact, I believe, and have a greater connectivity so that we can truly be claimed to be the global voice for science. At the same time, we need to encourage more organizations, more of the scientific community to engage in the work of the ISC. So we're encouraging the young academies of the world, the young scientific organizations of the world to become members. We're giving them free membership. We're reaching out to identify the gaps in our membership and encourage organizations in that space to join in this endeavor. Because at the end of the day, if we don't work together, we cannot make progress. The other part of the ISC's role, which is very important and will become more important in the current era of geopolitical tension and conflict, is the track to science diplomacy we can undertake. If one goes back to the first Cold War, many of the successes, such as the International Geophysical Year, which led to the Antarctic Treaty, the Villars conferences that led to the formation of the IPCC, and many other of the great abilities for science to transcend the geopolitical tensions of that era came because of the role of our predecessor organisation, EXU. And so the ISC has been very active in relationship to the Ukrainian conflict. It's been very active about working with Scholars at Risk and other organisations to think about displaced scientists, not just from Ukraine, but from other places. And we're thinking very much about how we can contribute to reducing tensions in the world so all of us can thrive. We all know that the world is on a perilous path. Climate change, emergent issues of food and water security at a scale we've not seen before, the issues of mental health, particularly for women, particularly for young women, but also for men, which have rapidly risen, confronting how we manage new technologies, which have upsides but also downsides, the issues of loss of social cohesion, which inevitably disadvantages women more. These are all issues where the global science community, in its different ways, but particularly through the ISC, has a critical role to play over coming years. And so, I once again am sorry I cannot be at this meeting, but I believe the discussions you're having are critical to strengthening the role of science on the global agenda. Because if we look ahead and look what we might confront, if science isn't seen to be more effective, more inclusive, more trustworthy, then the ability of science to contribute to the global good will be limited. So, the issues you confront in this meeting and the ISC is working on come nicely together. It's not just about SDG 5, it's about all the SDGs. It's about the global agenda and the critical role that half the women's population must play in addressing it. I'm sorry I cannot be with you a lot in real time, but I hope the comments I've made give you a sense that we do recognise and we do see our role we have to play in addressing these issues. Mei Hung, thank you for your contribution, and I wish all of you well.
No. I just want to thank all of you because I cannot put my words into his mouth. So I can't answer the questions if you have for him. But you are more than welcome to pass your questions to me after the talk, and I could share some of my experiences working at the ISC. Because I think, as Peter just mentioned, science is for the global good, and I think that's for the public good. And then the science is global property. It's not only for a certain group of people. So I think that's the aim we try to do. And also, as Peter mentioned, that we just formed a task group on science education. So I think we are still looking for some experts' input to see what we could do to make the gender equality better. And as Peter just mentioned, that we are aiming, currently, according to the global record, there are only 30% of the scientists are women. So if we could raise from 30% up to 40%, I think that's a great step we could make. So I think at least we have a goal, a milestone there, and that could help us to, aim for that, even though we couldn't reach to a 50%. But I think that's what we could do. You know, you have to have a clear goal out there, so you know where you're heading to. So I think 40%, hopefully not as President Su said, it would take, you know, like 50 or whatsoever years to reach that goal. But I think for young generations, you know, we are aiming for that direction, and that percentage should be achieved within expected years, not for a long time. So I really appreciate your attention, and wish you a very happy learning and research in the future. Yeah. Winning, you okay. Thank you. You want to ask me? May I take a question, President?
Thank you. So Professor Cho, I really appreciate your engagement with ISC, and we can hear the President's speech is very inspiring, and also for leading the scientific community. So my question is, he said that ISC is merged from International Council for Science and International Social Science Council. So I'm wondering, in the past year, when you arrive at those forward-taking policy and goal, how do you get the contribution and support from the social science partners? I think this is becoming very important, that interdisciplinary science, so-called, should lead the way, as you said, contributing for the global goods. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Professor Hong. Back to 2000 and I think probably 17, the President Li Yuanzhe, while he was the president of ICSU, we call the ICSU, that's the international, that's mainly for the sciences. You know, we have IUPAP, we have IUPAC, or we also have the Association for Biology. And all of them form the, so there is a big umbrella, which we call the ICSU. That's mainly for the scientific unions to get together. And there's another one for the social sciences. So almost 2 years ago, they merged together as International Science Council, because as you know, the whole society is to have multidisciplinaries of experts and the civilians or whatsoever. So we need to build up the channel for these people. So that's why now we have all the members from different unions join together to achieve the science for the public good. And now, as the member of the governor board, we have people from different disciplines. And for instance, we have some people with the philosophy of science in our board, and we also have people from medical and also the geoscience. So I think it's a platform for people to share their expertise and also to share the wisdom and their wisdoms to help people to understand how we could communicate with the public about what science or social sciences could contribute to our lives. So communication is also a very important way. We know we have quite a lot of scientists here. How could you transform your knowledge to the public for people to understand how important science plays its role for our life? So I think it's very important to have that platform and let the people to interact and also maybe argue why we need to talk about the climate change. So or other sustainable development issues. So having these organizations with a wider experts involved, that really, open our eyes and communicate to each other, and then highlight some of the actions that we could really take. And I think that's very important. So I think this new organization is in the transition state. we want to, cover of the issues that could really help the people understand and even appreciate science could, make our lives better. Yeah, so I think that's a very good question to allow me to explain a little bit about the council. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thanks all the chairs and speaker in the morning section. So Professor Cho would like to say something before the morning session.
We are going to have our lunch time, and actually at this event we have many young generation, for example, the high school students at the present time. 哦，他是叫我用中文讲比较清楚，因为我英文不太清楚。OK， 我们很欢迎这一次的会议呢，有很多的高中生抽空。我都知道说高中生的学生其实是非常难得的，非常的那个紧凑的啊。那我们很欢迎你们今天的参加，然后借此这个中餐的时间呢，我们想说利用这个中餐的时间，可以多一点的这个 interaction 的 between each other。所以我们虽然说有很多的比较年纪稍微长一点点的这个女性的科学家在这边，相对你们的年纪来比的话，但是我们很欢迎说你们跟我们一起交流。我们也希望说从你们在这个非常的 early age 的时候呢，我们可以多一点的这个经验分享可以给你们。那么我也希望说我们的这次的 program 的这个 design 呢，是对你们是非常的有一些启发性的，而且你们很聪明，在这个年纪就懂得来听这个，但是比我们都可以早了好几年哈，少吃了几年的亏哈。所以我希望我们更有多一些经验的话，可以多跟你们交流。所以等一下中餐的时间呢，我们可能每一桌的时候就会安排比如说有几个老师要是有兴趣的话，就把你的桌牌放在那个桌上，然后就请各位的女同学不要客气，就跟他们一起吃饭。好，然后呢，因为他们就跟我们都一样嘛，哈，其实大家都不要害怕哈，因为大家都是女孩子，所以呢，他们只要有发桌牌的，你就 welcome， 你就自己去 sitting 再摆他们的旁边就对了，好不好哈？那再次欢迎，然后希望你们也多多参加我们这样子的活动哈。实际上我们这些女性科学家办了很多的会议哈，那我们都希望把这些活动能够尽量的给这些高中生学生，因为唯有交棒给你们，我们的国家才会有希望哈。好，那再次欢迎你们大家，谢谢。
下午的议程会在下午1点20开始，所以 we have much food for thought. Now it's food for our body. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remind you that our session will start in 1 minute, so please take your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Assistant Research Fellow, Dr. Tang Yawen from Institute of Astronomy and Astrophysics, Academia Sinica, and Associate Professor Xiao Huixing from Department of Engineering Science and Ocean Engineering, National Taiwan University, to chair the next session, sharing young female scholars' experiences. Let's welcome them.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yawen Tang from Institute of Astronomy and Astrophysics. I'm currently an assistant researcher.
Hi, everyone. I'm Huixing Xiao from Department of Science Engineering and Ocean Engineering at NTU. And I would especially thank the organizer for hosting such interesting and inspiring session. And we're glad to be invited as the session chair.
Yeah, so I'm very happy to share with you that this session, we have 4 speakers, which are from different levels in the career development. We have one in doing postdoc, and one after master program moving to industry, and 2 PhD students internationally. And 2 of them are actually awardees from our Wu Jianxiong Scholarship and Meng Cui Zhu Scholarship. So let's first welcome the first speaker, Zhao Qizhuang. Thank you.
Thanks for Chair's introduction. Good afternoon, I'm Zhao Qizhuang. It's my pleasure to introduce myself here. My research career starts in the last year of my PhD degree in the National Zhongzhen University, where I studied spintronics related to magnetic material. After that, I entered in the National Taiwan University to study spintronics and spin electronics, and received my PhD. Now I'm a postdoc in China Medical University to study avian feathers. In these few years, I experienced 2 important choices, which strongly influenced my life. The first one is in 2016. In 2016, I'm wondering, did I complete my master degree or pursue a PhD? You know the answer. I do not have the master degree. Because at that time, I chose to pursue a PhD. and faced the second choice when I decided to graduate in 2020. I chose to stay in academia and study a very different research field about bird feathers. In 2016, I decided to pursue a PhD. In fact, though it's a huge choice, I only have few days to make the decision. At that time, I wanted to have some practical achievements in spintronics, which I had not completed in my BS degree. My central idea is doing something that I will not regret in the future. And I think I may not have the opportunity to study spintronics if I left at that time. The training for PhD is very struggle. Apart from doing experiments and paper research, you need to design and set up your experiment, process cooperation, repair machines, and write and report your research, etc. Most importantly, you are responsible to your juniors. To work smoothly, I need to perfectly arrange my time and have a strong heart to deal with anything unexpected. That was the year when I felt my heart is strong enough, so I was thinking to graduate. The road after receiving PhD is very hard to decide. Before got PhD, I usually had a straightforward goal. That was graduating from different levels of education. The time period nearly covered 1/3 of my life. Then what's about my 2/3 of life? I have had a passion for birds since childhood. However, I had no confidence to maintain my life with a job about birds. Things have changed in my PhD. The experiments made me believe myself, so I was thinking I should try to pursue my passion. Now I'm therefore in the last year of PhD degree. I took some courses and attended some conferences about birds to check if I can accept turning my passion into my work. I also consulted with several professors about my career decision. Their suggestions really helped me a lot. I really appreciate it. Now I'm studying bird feathers in China Medical University. This is just a beginning. Hope I can combine all of I learned and carry out my passion through to the end. This is the end of my story. Thank you.
Thanks, Zhao Qi, for the nice sharing of the thoughts along the path. And let's welcome the second speaker, Yuqian Huang. She is now an engineer in AOU industry. Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to be invited here. And my name is Huang Yuqian. I have just graduated from National Taiwan University with a master's degree in physics. And after leaving this lovely school, I started to interview with many different companies. And now I'm an R&D engineer in AUO Corporation. And since as the only one at this section without a PhD degree, I think I can not only talk about my experience in academic research, but also share the reasons why I escaped from the academia into the industry. I'm just kidding, I swear. I am really interested in doing the academic research. And even now, sometimes I missed the moment when I was in Dr. Xie Jialong's nanobiophotonics lab. Dr. Xie devotes himself to developing the scattering-based interference microscopy and to observe the dynamics in the biological cells without labeling. And in order to analyze this data in a quantitative manner, understanding the light-matter interaction would be very important. Therefore, during my life as a master's student, I majored the light absorption and the scattering of the nanoparticles and establish a model to explain the relationship between the major signal and the cross-section of the sample. It would be helpful for us to quantify the label-free biomolecules in a complex scattering environment. I felt really grateful that Dr. Xie gave me a solid training. He told me when we do the research, we need to be serious. Each step in the experiment, the data in your thesis, what you have told in the conference, and even our weekly meeting should be taken seriously. And due to his persistence, I started to find my passion in doing the academic research. I started to feel curious about the unknown and be willing to try everything. When we face the obstacles, I would be very excited instead of being scared. I also need to thank my other advisor, Professor Zhu Shiwei, for giving me a bunch of academic support, but also tell me and all of his students don't be afraid of trying anything. Since in the most of time and experience in academic world, I felt very happy, and the people I met here were all clever and friendly. It was a hard decision for me to leave this lovely circle. I admitted that I was in a dilemma in keeping studying for a PhD degree or going to the industry. And there were a bunch of reasons, but I think the main one is that I was so curious about going to work in the industry. I want to understand the whole process flow of the products and how the engineers solve the problems and what they care about. Besides, I also want to understand why there are many people feeling frustrated and exhausted at work. Can I still find my passion in industry as I did in the academia? That's why I'm here to looking for the answer. And maybe I believe there are some experience and the attitudes I learned from academia would lay the solid foundation for my future career. And I think I will share some abilities later in the industry, which is useful for me. And that's all about me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yu Qian. So next one is a PhD student from Yangming Jiao Tong Daxue, Wang Di Liu Hian.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Wang Di Liu Hian, and I put my Chinese name here, Wen Xiu Miao Xian. Okay, I'm starting the third year PhD student at NYCU in Hsinchu, and I would like to share a presentation here at the process of the trees. As a Sikh, I will start my physical life. Yes, a wonderful life in Huế University, Vietnam for 4 years. After that, I pursued my master's degree in Taiwan for 2 years, and then I decided to study PhD from 2020 until now. And whatever I have done and doing right now is also good for me to prepare carefully for future job. No matter it's in academy field, maybe in industry. So it's a big challenge for me when I moved from Vietnam to Taiwan. Yes, new culture, new language I have to learn. But after 4 years stay in Taiwan, I feel I like Taiwan culture. Their mind, their thinking, people, food, everything is nice for me. And also, I developed my Chinese at NYCU from many courses I take in NYCU to develop my Chinese. As I would like to share, want to adapt with a new culture. If you know a new language, you can know more their culture and then can contact with the local people here. So under my professor as my advisor right now is Professor Lin Guilin. His field is focused on particle astrophysics and neutrino experiments. So I have chance to cooperate with many professors, such as Professor Martin Spinas from NTSU. And then we published a paper in this year attacking neutrino picture via electrons on the Journal of Cosmology and Astrophysics. It's a new field for me when I try to understand what is particle physics stand for or what is neutrinos fundamental particle. So if you guys are interested in this field, you can come to me and discuss with me later. So I also thanks for his recommendation and thanks to Taiwan Physics Society give me a chance to join in Taiwan Physics Student Association as TPSA. We established this association in 2021, and this year we have 7 members, and you can see only me here is as vice president, only one female here. So we want you, and of course we would like to interested more female students come to associations. We have many benefits for you when you join in this TPSA, such we can work together, improve, develop our skill, and also we can build national, international communications with the industry, fellow physics professor, and we can be a leader of any activities of TPSA. So here, we would like to share our website here. You can access on this and then find more information about TPS, also TPSA. And here is our TPS student chapter, Facebook, and also our email and address I attach here. So one more time, thank you for giving me a chance to be here today, especially in IUPAP state. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Wen Shi Miaoxian can speak very good Chinese, I can tell. Yeah, welcome to chat with her and to discuss with her what she observed with the culture difference, especially between Vietnam and Taiwan, what she has experienced. So our next speaker is Namita. She is a PhD student in Tsinghua University.
So, hello everyone and good afternoon. So, I'm Namita. I'm basically from India and now I'm a PhD student at Tsinghua University. Okay, so I'll start from how my career built. So basically, I finished my bachelor's and master's in India. I did a triple major for my bachelor's, and I have a degree in physics, maths, and electronics. And after that, I went for my master's, and I did master's in physics with a specialization in astronomy. After that, I did a very short-term project for less than 1 year actually in astrophysics itself. And that's when COVID happened and all the lockdowns. So I went back my home, and that's when I started searching for my PhD. And then I got a position here in Tsinghua University. So my career, actually, I was very much determined. Unfortunately or unfortunately, I knew from childhood what I wanted to take as my career. All thanks to maybe one of my uncle who was a scientist in Indian space research. So since childhood, like 5 or 6 years old, he started showing me stars and all the constellations. And with age, he expanded my knowledge to maybe black holes, galaxies, and different structures of universe and so on. So basically, like listening to that from childhood, I actually got interested in this subject. So whenever I came into a path where I wanted to choose what career, I was actually very much sure that I wanted to take astrophysics. So basically, that's how I chose my subject. And one of the things is, I'm born in southern part of India, and it is, as you know, India is a very big country, a lot of population, and a lot of traditional and cultural differences. So I finished my till my schooling in my own state, Kerala. So after that, I shifted and I moved to another city. So that was one of a big thing for being a person coming from a very traditional place, because you don't have to just get approval from your parents. All the relatives, all the neighbors, and whoever there in the society basically have an opinion other than yourself, basically, in India. So if you want to take a decision, you have to take permission from all these people. So when I wanted to move from my place and go to a new place and I get more exposure and be more independent. So that was a very big risk I took that time. Just my parents supported, rest everybody had a lot of issues because I was a girl and, you know, traveling far from home, and that was a very big issue. So I had to actually fight a lot. But anyways, for my bachelor's, I left my city and I went to a new city, and there I finished my bachelor's and master's. And after that, again, I had to leave my country to come here for my PhD. So again, there was a lot of pressure. And also in India, you have to get married at a particular age. There is no option otherwise. But yes, I got married. But that was after I got here. I got settled in Taiwan. I started doing my PhD. Like the research flow was better. That's when I actually got back and went and get married, because just my parents again supported. Rest everybody was putting pressure on my parents, who was putting pressure on me. So basically, that's how that's how my career developed. Anyway, now I'm in Taiwan. I'm doing research in astrophysics, and I'm part of a galactic archaeology group in NTHU with Andrew Cooper. And I'm part of a collaboration called DESI, which stands for DESI, Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument. It's a cosmological survey, but also it has a part which studies our galaxy, like Milky Way. So I'm part of this group, and I am trying to understand the evolutionary history of our galaxy. So yes, now I have come to a new country and exploring this new culture. Thank you.
Thank you for the sharing. So we will continue with the discussion.
Okay, so now we move on to the discussion section. So since this is a very special section, because in the early morning we have very excellent female from the academia or from the industry. But for this session, we have young generation, which has the winner of a lot of awards. So I think this is especially a good opportunity for our senior high school students to have some question to discussion with them. So we now open for questions.
Any question? Please.
For all of you, I think all of you cross the culture, right? You from spectronics to bird, you from academia to industry, both of you from different countries. So I would like to share you guys, but you did so successfully. So I want you guys to share like what's the biggest obstacle and how you overcome it.
I think all of us do not think much about how we can success. For me, I just doing something. I just focus on one thing. For example, if I wanted to study spintronics, then I pursue PhD and focus on spintronics. So I think because if you keep doing something, then finally you must be success. That's my thought. And about the obstacle in my PhD, in fact, in the first few years of my PhD, I experienced some very worst time. In the first few years of my PhD, I don't have much confidence, and I feel I cannot have some good progress, and also I cannot support my juniors. So I really feel frustrated. So to overcome the situation, in fact, I took two actions. First, I contacted the counseling center in my school, 心辅中心. So it's very important resource. For then give me very practical advice so that I can adopt their advice and change my work style, or even change my how to arrange my time to work. And the second is I follow the steak theory. The steak theory means when you eat steak, you must cut them into several pieces, so it's easily eat, right? So in the same thing, for a big proposal, I disassemble the proposal into several small items. And I usually write a 1 week schedule to arrange these several small items. And every day, when I finish 2 or 3 points, I'll delete them so that I can feel I make some positive progress. So I feel I become better and better. So I can construct more confidence in my PhD. So just focus on one thing and keep going. And don't afraid to find help if you need. That's my comment.
I think for the most biggest obstacles in my life is when I enter in a new environment. Like it also happens when I was in the beginning of my master's as a master's student. I entered in Dr. Xie's lab, but I have no any background knowledge about biological physics and nanoscience. I have no idea about that. So, but I think everyone will encounter these such unfamiliar things when you do something in the beginning. And since I have these kinds of experience, the only thing I can do is to work hard. And if you have some questions, you need to ask people, and you will keep going and understanding the whole background knowledge in this academic field or your research. And after I leave the academia into the industry, it's the same things, because I still have no idea in the what's going on in the industry. But since I have this kind of experience, I'm not afraid of this time. I'm not afraid of it, and maybe there is some personal solution to help me handle this problem. Is that you can write a diary and talk about yourself. Ask yourself what you really want and what kinds of problems that struggle you. And I think it will be very helpful to do it at the quiet night, since it's very silent and and you can think clearly about your future. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So to answer these questions, for me, I always consider two factors. The first one is environment, and the second one is myself, inside. So can say outside and inside. Outside, when I'm in Vietnam, I don't have many chance to take many courses, especially when I moved to Taiwan, I have chance to take many courses, and especially it's free. so I try to learn on the course in the Institute of Physics. Yes, and then most of course is in English. Is a first question for me, because it's hard to understand physics meaning in Vietnamese, how I can study in English. So the first solutions, I try to ask friends, ask professor after class, and I read in books and search Google. Google is my friend. Okay. So and another one is insights for me. I actually I'm a talkative people. So when I move to Taiwan, I can speak on the day with any friends in class I meet. So I listen their sharings, how they study in IOP, NYCU, and I learn from them how their styles, their characteristic when they study in physics. And I set their experience as my reference, and then I can follow the good things from friends, and then try to do as once people says try 1% per day is better than try 100% per day, and then after 100 days we can get 100%, right? So it's I follow that step by step, and then I can be better every day. And of course, sometimes we face with stressful. So I often, because I'm the talkative, so I seldom to write diary. So I find somebody to talk and share with. Yes, and then sometimes there's advice and support and have. Yes, you'll be helpful for me. Yes, thank you.
So career-wise, I didn't have any obstacles. From starting, I knew what I want to do, and so and I knew where I want to go also. So career-wise, I didn't find much issues. But the obstacles that I found was always when I want to go somewhere, or if I want to choose that particular place, I'll have to, fight with a lot of people. So that was the biggest obstacle I actually encountered. That was to make people understand that I want to do this and make them allow me to do it. So that was the first thing. The main issue always was I was a girl. So basically, when there is a population who always thinks about traditional values, and if you are a girl, it's very hard, because they will always be like, you are a girl, you can't do this, you can't go alone there, or you can't go to a different place away from your parents. You always need a protection, around you all the time. So that I had to break very hardly. So because it was already put in my head since childhood, it was actually there. So it creates a lot of fear for me. So if I'm going abroad, or if I'm leaving my place itself, even though I'm outside I'm putting a lot of brave or whatever face I'm putting out, but still inside I'll have a lot of inhibitions and I'll be very scared. And I was very scared when I went outside first time. So what I did is, whenever somebody tell me that you can't do this, I'll just fight them and tell that I have to do this. Then care only about my parents, what they're telling, and not care about anybody else. And whoever is giving me pressure, I just don't care about it after some time. Like inside, it will be affecting me, but I won't show it outside. But because if I show it outside, then that's it. They won't let me go outside, or I won't be here today. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, very nice sharing from four of you. I find you have one thing in common. You've tried to find a solution. You face the problem. You find a support, a resource to support you, and you find your own way to fight against the problems. That's very nice. We have questions from the audience. No, I have.
Oh, so there's one.
Oh, there's one in the back. Right.
So I give this opportunity to the high school students. So I just keep patient. And it is very interesting of your stories. And I also want to connect with our morning section about mentoring. So did you ever have any mentoring experience during your difficulties or when you are miserable time? So can you share about that? And how do you find who to share your difficulties or solution instead of by yourself or your diary?
I think I'll always go to my mother for everything if I'm very sad or if somebody's like having like putting a lot of pressure or whatever. I think I'll first go to my mother, or else a few close friends that I have. And basically, if you're in India, almost every girl will have the same issue. So when we talk to each other, we'll actually find solutions within ourselves too. So it's like, yeah, that's how I think. It's not a particular person as a mentor or anything. It's like between each other, we help each other out.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. I can share one thing as myself example. When I'm in Vietnam, actually in another university, there are a group of mentors. So they try to share their knowledge, their experience as some workshop, and then some student at that time. The first year student and some high school students join this workshop. So they are on successful people. They go abroad to America, Europe, Paris, and they share how to get scholarship in the main point. So I joined this kind of workshop to get their experience, and then I can apply to another country such as Taiwan. And then I got scholarship in Taiwan, especially in NCTU for studying master. And for the persons, I often shares my difficulty is my best friend. Yes, yeah. So she is my best friend. Whenever I have faced with any problem. She active tell me, please share with her actively. Don't keep inside. It's you much you more mentally problem. Please share with her. Yes, so she is the like stable one for me to share and any problem I face, and then her advice is really helpful for me. Yes, so have a good friends is good for us. Yes.
For me, I think when I was a master student, and if I have some trouble or obstacles about my future, I will talk with my advisor. Dr. here is a quite good listener, so maybe after I talked with him, I will figure out my future clearly. Yes, but I think in the industry that's a little bit different, since if I have some problems about my future, I'm not sure I can talk to my boss directly, since he might have some concern about me. Maybe he will afraid of I will go into another company or something. Yes. So I think in the industry, I will talk to my mentor and the senior staffs and ask their experience about that. But that still need to be careful about it. Yes, yes. And I think that's my experience. Yes.
For me, I usually talk with my boyfriend at that time. Or he is my husband now. But I want to say, talk to boyfriend is just say something, but not solve problem. So for me, so that's why I contact the counseling center. But the other thing is, I usually do not talk with my advisor, because I don't want to show my weakness to my advisor. You know that? Maybe he already know, but I don't want to do that. But I really appreciate that when I felt frustrated in my PhD, and I talked to my advisor that I want to have some vacation with no reason, and he accepted. So I hang out. Yes. So after hang out and go to travel around a few days. So after that, I can accept that I have some trouble, and that's why I can have the next step. I can step out my next step to find the counseling center. So for me, it's my comment. Thank you.
So it sounds like we still have a lot of room to improve our mentoring system, because some of them talk to their family or good friends. So I think a good mentor is not close to our daily life or to our not working environment is important, because you can share something and not to scare off bad feeling about ourselves. Okay, so now we open. Okay, so here's a question.
Thanks for sharing. I wonder what kind of event in your life triggered you to pick STEM area as your major and career?
Could you please repeat the question again?
What kind of event in your life triggered you pick STEM area as your major or your career?
Yeah, why do you choose STEM this as a major, as a college student or master's student or PhD student? STEM for the science, engineering, mathematics. Yeah, why you choose this as your major? Yes.
Why STEM?
At which step you make a decision you want to do STEM?
For me, it was from my very childhood. So it was inspired through what I saw, like from, like this career. That subject is actually what inspired me to take STEM. But apart from doing like the particular subject itself, science or all these other things in STEM, it actually improves our critical thinking and other soft skills like teamwork, or there are so many other plus points that when we do STEM. So I think at some point during schooling or bachelor's, I found that very much needed. So I think that's how I was very sure that I'm going to do this over my whole career. Even though I'm still in the very early stage of my career, but I still think I'm very sure that I want to continue with this thing.
Yeah, for me, it starts at the moment I know how to make a light from a lamp. And it's when I was in secondary school, after the course, I'm too curious. And then I tried to make the lighter, lightning. So my father so surprised about my ability. And okay, I tried, but at that time I like to study chemistry. But when get exam into high school, I failed in chemistry, so I moved to physics. And I found that physics is too interesting for me. Many fundamental in life, daily life, is happen every day. So I try to know why it happens and how its properties. Yes, and then I try to get past the university exam when I was in Vietnam. And in this university, I'm too lucky to meet my professor as my advisor right now. He back to the university and taught us many physics courses. And then I know that Taiwan has NCTU is a good university, and then I try to come here and study a master and now PhD. Yeah. So my conclusion is, please please set a goals and then put your efforts and your grit. It means work hard and face with problem. And then after that, like after the trainings, you could get something, even it's nothing, but it's better for yourself. Yeah.
For me, I love actually I love science when I was in the elementary school, but I know in Taiwan senior high school, science was divided into 4 parts: physics, chemistry, biology, and earth science. And I think in senior high school, I just know that I love physics and earth science, and just keep working hard on it. Maybe have a exam, the score, the physics is higher. So I think physics I'm good at physics, so then I choose the physics as my major. And in the college, I encourage you can join the do some project, and then you will understand which field you are interested in. And then after you go to a master, as a master student, you will know which field you don't like or which you want to go in. And I can encourage you to try everything and don't be afraid of doing that. Yes.
For me, I take physics as my major is because at that time I chose physics and biology. But in fact, I'm afraid of blood in the textbook. Even the cartoon of organ, I also feel disgusted. So I choose physics. So in college, so I only have physics, so I just focus on studying physics. But I need to say, study and doing research are totally different things. So don't think I major in physics and that's your don't think that if even you are very good at doing taking exam in physics, that doesn't mean you are interested or you are good at doing research about physics. So just trying more things as you can, so you can find what you're really interested in. Okay, thank you.
好，
那既然我们这个 session 非常特别，我们特别用中文请现场的高中生有没有想要问问题的？机会难得哦。OK， 那
I will try to ask the question in English. I would like to ask you if you ever receive any different treatment or you face any challenge because of your gender, and how do you face them and solve these problems? And do you have any advice for us high school students? Thank you.
Who want to volunteer? Yeah, you fear any different treatments?
I've had a lot of different treatments because of my gender. But if somebody tells you because of your gender you are discriminated or like you are not supposed to do this because of your gender, actually don't care about them. Nothing defines something that you want to do because of your gender. Because if you're a girl, you can't, like somebody will tell you can't do engineering or something very heavy machinery because you're a girl. There is nothing like that. If you want to do it, you can do it. Nothing can be because of your gender. Nothing actually, girl is not something that defines something, right? If you're a girl, you can still do all these things that you want. So if somebody tells you because of the gender you're doing, yeah, you can't do this or you're supposed to do this, actually don't care about them. Just do whatever you feel like doing.
I also agree with her idea. So one more comment that when I'm in home, I mean in Vietnam, neighborhood especially, they have a heavy definition that's women. They tell with my parents, of course, they tell that women don't let them have a too high education. Just please graduate at high school and get a job, normal job, and get married. It's a perfect life for your children. But luckily, I have good parents. They arouse many heavy definitions. They also still keep their own minds, and then let's invest children to have a high education until university. Yes, and then our achievements like a motivation for my parents. Yeah, so I think I can survive between the aroused environment like a heavy definition. Yeah, so please, I just have a comment that please trust yourself. You can do it and try everything else. If you're interested in it, please just do it. Yeah, let it go. Yeah, something. I come Taiwan because actually I didn't find too much information about university I study in the future. So I just like come Taiwan and let it go. Yeah, and now I'm lucky to find that NYCU is a good university I take in. Yeah.
Actually, I studied in Taichung Nuzhong, and so I National Girls High School in Taichung, and so when I was a freshman in my I was freshman in college, and I majored in physics. There's only 6 girls in the class, so I'm really afraid of men, and but although they seems to be very clever, but not, I don't think they are not so smart than me, because after you need to work hard and also have some observation. You think that's not a problem about your gender, since you love physics and you still need to work hard on it, but you have interested in the physics, and also you have your curiosity. So I think it's not a problem about which gender you are, and just follow your heart and try everything you want to do. And maybe you choose physics as your major, but in the end you found that you didn't like physics, maybe. But it's not a bad thing since you know you don't like physics, right? You can choose another major to study. Yes, and so don't be afraid of just being a girl and do what you love to do. Yes.
In fact, the time when I felt female and the male have differences when I in lab, and I want to move some heavy stuff. Only that case, so I need to help ask other mates and help me move this heavy stuff. I cannot move it. Only this difference, and nothing else make you difference with boy or man. But I want to emphasize the inside part. I think the key is female usually have less confidence than men, as Professor Zhou already said. Because we have no confidence, that means we think ask someone for help. Implies we are worse than others, but implies we are worse than others. But I need to say it's not right. Ask other help. Others can also help you help. Ask your help. So just think everyone is people. Everyone are people. So don't distinguish and then are men and we are female. Don't do that. Just we are all people on the earth. Just like that. So doing everything you want.
So, thank you for your sharing. I believe we all very touched by their thoughts, what a strength they have gained along the path. So we are limited by time. We have to close this session. I want to close this with a remark. What I learned from your sharing is we face our problem. There's a difference, so there's some voice there. We try to fight in a way we like and also look for help, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we will have a coffee break outside, so enjoy the coffee, and we will come back at 2:30. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Professor Li Yingying from Department of Mathematics, National Taiwan University, to chair the invited speeches, Policy on Developing a Friendly Academic Field. Let's welcome her.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So welcome to this session. So I'm Yingying Li from National Taiwan University, Department of Mathematics. I'm also the director of the National Center for Theoretical Sciences. Besides the effort from we individual, policy and actions from the government also play a very critical role on building an equal, open, friendly working place and society. We are very happy to have a full invited speaker who have been devoting into this direction for long to share their experience and tell us about the situation in Japan, in Korea, and in Taiwan, respectively. There will be one pre-recorded presentation and 3 online speeches. So our the first presentation is from President Maki Kawai of the National Institute of Natural Sciences in Japan. She is also a member of the United Nations 10-member group. President Kawai is an emeritus professor of the University of Tokyo. And she, in the video, she will briefly introduce her own background. Here, I only want to add a few words. That she has received many awards, including the Chemical Society of Japan Award in 2008, the Ertl Lecture Award from the 30th Harper Institute of the Max Planck Society in 2015, the Medal of Wage Award of AVS USA in 2016, and very importantly, the Laureate UNESCO Women in Science Award in 2019. She is a fellow of the American Physical Society and honorary fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry. So the title of his presentation will be STI4 SDGs. How can we contribute? Let's welcome.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk today. My major as a scientist was surface science, especially chemical reactions at solid surfaces. Solid surface is heterogeneous in nature, and I was interested in elucidating the difference in the surrounding environment that molecules experiences. Invention of probe microscope as STM enabled me to directly access to individual molecules. My most known work in science was single molecule spectroscopy of adsorbed molecules at metal surfaces. So let me switch to the talk today. So this is the title that I'm going to talk today. And nowadays, I'm serving as the representative of National Institute in Japan. Today, I would like to share some idea with you on how we scientists can contribute to the sustainable future of our planet. As you may know, these 17 goals were set in 2015 to ensure our future by 2030. We are almost halfway to 2030. let us revisit the 5 P's of the 2030 agenda. First one is people. Importance of the livelihood of all people. So the goals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are for this purpose. The second one is planet. Protect the planet from degradation. The goals 6, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are for the purpose. Third one is prosperity. This is to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives. The goals 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are set for this purpose. Next one is peace. Foster peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. The last P is partnership. This is to mobilize the means required to implement this agenda. The delay in progress on the SDGs was recognized in the 2019 SDGs Summit, and Secretary General Guterres requested that member countries work with a sense of urgency. Since then, the COVID-19 pandemic has marked stagnation or reverse movement in many goals. In addition, this year, the conflict in Ukraine has cast a shadow over the 2030 agenda. In any case, the point is, weak people suffer more. Looking ahead to the post-pandemic period, it is important to conduct a comprehensive review and to redesign the value of the SDI policy, the system and budget, the prioritization of resources such as the organization and the education and training carriers of SDI human resources. This view shows United Nations 10-member group which I'm involved in. Member states of United Nations agreed that to have a mechanism to support the sustainable development goals, and that this mechanism will be based on a multi-stakeholder collaboration between member states, civil society, the private sector, the scientific community, United Nations entities, and other stakeholders. They further decided that the 10 representatives of civil society, the private sector, and the scientific community to prepare the meeting of the multi-stakeholder forum on science, technology, and innovation for the SDGs. Since last year, I have been serving as a member, as shown in this view graph. The two large pictures shown as co-chairs are the very, very powerful two ladies who lead our discussion. The 10-member group is appointed by the Secretary General and are asked to prepare the annual SDI forum and to support the development and operationalization of the online platform. These members bring diverse expertise and experience across discipline on science, technology, innovation, and partnership of the SDGs. Let me announce one of the SDGs activities that United Nations holds. High-level political forum held in July this year talked on Goal 4, education, 5, gender equality. 14, life underwater. 15, life on land. And 17, partnerships for the goals. Japan has committed in preparation of guidebook for road mapping and supported pilot program in past. As you can see, this pilot program, 6 countries assigned, and they have been working very hard to go for this roadmap to realization. And this year, the global, national, and local innovation ecosystems was discussed, and taking the pilot program as a good practice. The people has emerged this program to 7, 8, 9, 10 countries. And this partnership in action emerged taking the exercises of the good practice, and especially broadening in African countries. Synergy and working together is very important, and the realization of partnership between countries are actually done. And especially it is important to note that these kind of South-South collaboration are encouraging nowadays. So these are some of the items that the emphasis of today. And shown on the left is the list of important agenda of emphasis at present. On the right are some of the actions necessary. Reduction of greenhouse gases, carbon neutral action towards 2050 goal, and technological evolution in carbon recycling are all important and has to be accelerated. More in practice towards green actions as listed here are important. I will not read all, but they will come later. And as for the digitalization, this was surprisingly accelerated during the pandemic period. Online learning is one of the examples. However, at the same time, existing gap for the platform of ID is one problem needs to be solved. Synergy in solving these problems are very important, especially sharing the knowledges of known and advancing are very important. For that purpose, support from ODA, Official Development Assistance, has to be encouraged. Following this successful exchange of knowledges in 2022, plan for the high-level political forum next year, 2023, is 2. Accelerating the recovery from the COVID-19 and the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at all levels. High-level political forum intentionally pushed to talk on Goal 6, clean water and sanitation, Goal 7, affordable and clean energy, Goal 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities, and Goal 17, partnership for the goal. So I would like to encourage you to think about how we can contribute in those 5 goals. And actually, I would like to share some knowledge about current situation of greenhouse gases, especially the CO2 emission. So this figure shows the worldwide energy-derived CO2 emission that was counted in 2018. So as a country base, China holds about almost 30% of the whole emission. United States, close to 15%, EU close to 10, and India, Russia, and Japan follows. As for Japanese community, we are responsible for 3.2% of the whole CO2 emission. You may think that this is not large, but individual country has to work very hard to reduce this number. Then, otherwise, the whole number never goes down. So most of the CO2 emission was originated from power supply, and so this is to see how the power supply configuration is. The data was taken last year, and so this is quite similar to what present situation is like. If you look at this black point, which consists of 35.1%, this is coal. The dark gray is oil. The light gray is from natural gases. And so if you add all these three, then it will exceed 61%. Nuclear power, the red part, is about 10% of the whole power supply. And quite surprisingly, the natural sources, the renewable energy, is holding close to 30% already. You may think we are doing pretty well, but this is as a whole, and if you look into the region-to-region situation, you have to think it a little bit more deeply. So this view graph shows how the configuration differs by the region. If you see the Asian Pacific region, it is quite black. If you see the European region at the middle part, it is more green. And Americas differs from country to country. And so East Asian countries, coal still dominates. And for European, natural energy is already major. And especially for Sweden, CO2 emission from electric power supply seems to be close to zero. Brazil and Denmark have high portion of 90% of their power supply is based on natural energy. So you can see that the source of the power is very dependent on region to region. And if you look into the configuration of this renewable energy, the clean energy part, this is also very regionally dependent. So this view graph shows the composition of natural energy, and this differs also depending on the countries. If you look into the Brazil, Sweden, Canada, the dark blue part is hydropower. And in the most middle part of the European countries like Denmark, Portugal, Germany, Spain, UK, Ireland, the blue one, the light blue one is wind power. So they rely on wind. And if you look into more Asian countries, it is more diverse. So it means that for the Asian countries, we have to mix several origins and to optimize the best way that we should handle. So to answer to the question arises at the beginning of my talk, how can we contribute? As for the goal 7, affordable and clean energy, we have to be working hard to shift for the sustainable energy and also shifting towards natural energy. However, the environment condition quite matters. And for suitable energy, finding for the individual countries, or flexibility in shifting towards zero emission of greenhouse gases, this has to be considered very seriously, depending on what kind of condition your country is. As for the goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, looking into the chemistry point of view, carbon recycle And creating clean or green hydrogen is the most important innovation that we have to make. In practice, solar cells, photovoltaics, electrolysis of water, and the invention of batteries are, of course, very important. But we have to be very careful that creating efficient enough system is seriously necessary. And thank you for your attention.
So, the second speaker is President Yong Sang-jong of Korea Institute of Science and Technology Evaluation and Planning. President Jong is a policy maker with 30 years experience as the president of Korea Institute of Science and Technology Evaluation and Planning, and a senior government official at the Ministry of Science and Technology in Korea, and OECD since 1991. In particular, he is the former Deputy Minister of Ministry of Science and Technology in Korea. He has worked for a full cycle of R&D innovation policy of planning, implementing and evaluating of the basic science, women in science and technology, the national R&D programs and the translation project of R&D outcomes. President Jong will introduce the Korean policy and the direction of government R&D investment plan related to basic science. Let's welcome President Jong.
Nice to meet you. Good afternoon. Thanks for inviting me to this very meaningful symposium. Especially, I like to give thanks to Chairperson Yang Cheo-kao, the President of Taiwan Physical Society, and Yang Ping-chu, the Professor of the Department of Physics, National Taiwan University. And also, I'm very thankful for inviting or introducing me for the Yang Ying Lee. And I'm very honored to make a presentation on Korean science technology policies and also the vitalizing women in science technology in Korea. So I will share my presentation. How can I open it? 이거 해야 되는데 어떻게 하지? I'm sorry, I have to share my presentation file.
Yes, please share from your side.
So, are you working on it?
Sorry.
So you can share your slides.
Sorry, it's quite difficult for me. Sorry.
No problem.
No, but, My institute was set up in 1999. So the KISTAB is only STI think tank in Korea engaged in all the aspects of national science technology planning, R&D budget allocation, and evaluation. So our institute is supporting to the Ministry of Science and ICT. I was former Vice Minister of the Ministry of Science and ICT, and then after stepping down the position, I joined this institute as a president from end of last year. In Korea, there are many ministries doing R&D programs, so we want to do the whole, evaluate all the R&D activities in Korea. So we mainly we are focusing on and future strategy for science technology is our main job. And secondly is the science and technology policy coordination among all the ministries. And thirdly, we are doing the feasibility study on government R&D program. So whenever each ministry initiate the new R&D program, the big project should be evaluated by my institute. After they getting the good result of the feasibility test, they can apply for the national R&D program next year. And fourthly, we heavily involved in the budget allocation, all the government R&D programs. And after that, we evaluate all the government R&D program and performance every year. And at the moment, we are coming of technical era. So now is the paradigm shift in national competitiveness from the economic and military power to the science and technology capability. So this kind of phenomena was initiated by Japan and China, and the United States and China. Recently, the United States inaugurated the main two acts. First one is Chips and Science Act, and second is America Compete Act. And then also they ask for the chip alliance among the allied countries. In China, also the targeting at the paradigm leadership by using the one belt, one road, and tip-for-tap strategies. So when we look at the area of the high technology, there are high competition between the United States and China. You can see the number one or number two is vice versa. All high-tech area is compete between the United States and China. In the past technical era, human resource and science technology is very fundamentally important. So all countries have experienced the shortage of human resources, especially in cutting-edge technology like semiconductor and artificial intelligence. And US, China, Korea, Japan, all countries say that they require huge amount of the human resources in near future. So every country compete to secure outstanding the talent in science technology. The United States this year in the Chips and Science Act, they give importance to STEM education. They are now pledged to invest $13 billion US. Those are the fostering semiconductor and quantum and the kind of that's the high tech area is hugely supported by the government for raising the human resources. And also the United States from next year they started the Quad Fellowship program, and then improved the visa system for STEM area. And China is same. China want to recruit all the global experts by using the national program. Especially they launched the high-tech talent exchange program with countries one belt, one road, and they also want to foster the world-class universities. and Japan, Taiwan, UK were almost the same. And the United Kingdom and United States, they focusing on gender diversity and inclusion in STEM for the national competitiveness. So they said that, especially the report from the United States says that the diversity and inclusion have emerged as an important issue in organizational management in that accept individuals. And so the UK is the same. UK has organized all-party parliament group of the Senate and House of Representatives to explore ways to strengthen STEM diversity and inclusion. So this report suggests that the diversity and inclusion in STEM field will contribute to economic growth and influence on the skill gaps and social fairness and equity. So they, in the report, they made several recommendations. So from now on, I want to look at the current status of Korea. In Korea, the level of human resources is quite lacking. We experience the shortage of human resources in every area, especially in the high-tech area. Firstly, we are expecting abrupt decline of the number of new employees. And secondly, the university and graduate level, the student is decreased dramatically recently. So we will have some difficulties of the shortage of human resources in the near future. And lastly, in the production of women research is quite low compared to the men in Korea, around 20% compared to the men in the manpower in the research area. Also, in the government R&D budget, the female got only 8%, but male got 91%. So compared to male, the female researchers, they have some difficulties in getting funds in the government programs. And also, there are many institutional barriers in supporting women in STEM. Firstly, we have the career break in every institute. So high ratio of career break up to early 40 years, even in high-level personnel with MSc or PhD due to the childbirth and care. So it's career breaks on the early 40s among married non-employed women experience around 86%. And even in the high-level scientists, half of them have difficulties in career development because of the child care. And also we have a lack of fostering system for female in science technology area. Low ratio of female scientists and engineers in high position and lowest glass ceiling index in OECD. And so when we look at the gender innovation in the national program, there are quite a lack of awareness and support for this gender innovation. So not sufficient support and spread of gender innovation guideline within the R&D activities at government level. So only 8 research programs related to gender innovation in 2018. So we want to develop more the program response to the gender innovation. I'd like to give a brief introduction about the policies and future direction for women in science and technology. From last May, the new president started his regime, Yoon Suk-yeol. He announced that 110 policy tasks and the implementation plan in May this year, especially the human resources related with goal 4. So to build a bold future with autonomy and creativity. So under the goal 4, policy text 76 says that to support and cultivate autonomy and creativity oriented basic research and talent. So under this task, there are 3 main directions. Firstly, to establish the foundation for expanding investment in creative and challenging basic research led by researchers. And secondly, to strengthen the role of university as a headquarters for strategic technology research and fostering science and technology talent. And thirdly, to establish a full life cycle supporting system for science and technology talent, focusing on young women and middle-aged personnel. And the first target is oriented to the devising strategy. So last Friday, the president announced that around 12 national strategic technologies. So from now on, we want to give more focusing on these 12 technologies in the aspect of R&D priority and human resource development. And we are also supporting for the long-term research, and we also promote the creative and challenging research in university and national labs. When we look at the performance major policies for human resources, science technology last 10 years, even though the relative index is quite low at this moment, but many indexes increased in many areas, especially the investment related to human resource. And and the researchers and the PhD and the top 1% researchers in areas we have the increase of the performance. And vitalizing R&D system for women by accelerating inflow of women, also in that aspect we have some increases, but we still need for more active policy initiative for fostering and supporting women in science, technology, in education sector. We are facing the global technology hegemony period, and we experience the shortage of human resources. So every country competes to secure talented human resources. So for facing these challenges, we want to head it to the first woman in science technology and to expand engagement and strengthen capabilities of women in science technology. So in the future, we want to have women in science technology at the center of Fox Technical and future growth engine in Korea. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank President Zhong. Okay, so the Q&A will be in next session. So our third speaker is Auditor Yoshiko Kurazawa, okay, of Japan Science and Technology Agent. And she joined JST in 1987. So at the time, this JST is in the name of Japan Information Center of Science and Technology. From 2015 to 2022, she served as a president of JST, vice president of JST, responsible for a wide range of activity, including international collaboration programs, industry academia programs, and STI for SDGs. So Auditor Shiro Kurazawa will introduce us the situation in Japan and the initiatives by JST with the aim of imposing it, and discuss how to accelerate tolerate diversity and inclusion. Let's welcome her.
请前一个 speaker 停止分享画面。
Okay. Sorry. So, 但是他现在还没分享是吧？Okay. So President Zhong, please stop your sharing. Sorry.
So I want to know how to start. I'm sorry. The system is unfamiliar to me. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
So Director Shirokawa, please start to share your slides.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your kind introduction. I am honored to be invited to speak at the 100th IUPAP 2022 International Joint Symposium of Women in Science and Technology. I am Yoshiko Shirokizawa. I am an auditor at the Japan Science and Technology Agency, or JST for short.
Excuse me, so do you have your slides to share with us?
Yes, I start my slides soon, very soon.
Okay.
Just a moment, please. Yeah. I served as a Vice President for JST from October 2015 to this March. And I was responsible for international joint research programs and academia industry joint research programs. And now I'd like to share my presentation slide. Just a moment, please. Today, I'd like to show you some data about the current status of gender parity, specific efforts for promoting female researchers in the Science, Technology and Innovation Basic Plan by the government, and examples of how JST can contribute to the promotion of female researchers. The World Economic Forum, which is famous for its so-called Davos meeting, has published the Global Gender Gap Report every year since 2006, and the latest report was announced this July. You can see the Global Gender Gap Index that quantifies gender equality in each country in the report. This table shows that these 5 countries have the narrowest gender gap in the world according to the Gender Gap Index. Most of these countries are Nordic countries such as Iceland, Finland, Norway, and Sweden. Their ranking does not change from 2021 to 2022. On the other hand, East Asian countries tend to be ranked low, as you can see from this table. Japan is ranked 116th out of 146 countries. It was ranked 121st 2 years ago and 120th last year. I am sorry to tell you that Japan's ranks has been low and is improving little, although the total number of countries are slightly varied. The Global Gender Gap Index is calculated from the data of 4 dimensions. These are economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. In this chart, the blue line shows the index for Iceland, the first-ranked country. The red line shows Japan, and the green line shows the average of 146 countries. When you see the index of Japan carefully, gender gaps are narrow in education and health, but there are wide gender gaps in politics and economy. From the viewpoint of the economy, women have been affected more severely by the global spread of the COVID-19, including unemployment. As for Japan, The low percentage of female managerial workers has a big effect on the wide gender gap. Now, I'd like to go on to the status of female researchers. This chart was produced by the National Institute of Science and Technology Policy based on the data from OECD. It shows the number of researchers by gender and the proportion of female researchers. 20 countries are lined up in order of the total number of researchers. Regarding the number of female researchers, Japan is ranked third, topped by UK and Germany, but it is placed last in the percentage of female researchers. Japan, Korea, and Taiwan are the lowest three in terms of the percentage of female researchers. You can see that the percentage of female researchers of Japan is lower than other countries, but this chart indicates that both the number of female researchers and the percentage of female researchers have been increasing steadily but slowly over the last 40 years. I'm going to introduce JST's initiatives to promote female researchers as a research funder. Before introducing our strategies, I'd like to explain briefly about the Japan Science and Technology Agency, or JST for short. JST is Japan's innovative mission-oriented funding agency. Its mission is to generate value for global society by connecting a wide range of stakeholders and driving high-risk, high-reward research. This shows JST's position in Japan's science, technology, and innovation framework. The system is headed by the Prime Minister and includes the Council of Science, Technology, and Innovation that plans comprehensive and basic science, technology, and innovation policy. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, or MEXT for short, designs more specific science, technology, and innovation policies based on its mission. JST is one of the funding agencies under MEXT. JST conducts the specific measures under the national policy. The Sixth Science, Technology, and Innovation Plan was approved by the Cabinet in March of last year. It is a 5-year plan running from fiscal year of 2022 to 2026. The plan for gender equality and diversity is described in Chapter 2, Section 2.1, Reconstructing the Environment Producing Diverse and Outstanding Research. Direction for realizing the diverse and outstanding research, especially from the point of gender equality and diversity, is 1. To promote diversity of researchers, including at leadership positions. 2. To encourage female students to get the doctoral degrees in natural science fields. This slide shows 4 specific efforts to realize gender equality and diversity. The first is to improve the environment and support system for both male and female researchers. The second is to set and publish numerical targets of female ratio strategically for doctoral course students and for hiring or leadership positions for universities or public research institutes. The third is to promote female students in science and engineering fields. The last is to allocate public research budget according to gender equality achievement. I'll talk about JST's initiative relating these specific efforts, such as setting a numeric target for the percentage of female committee members, support for researchers during life events, and awards for young female researchers. This chart shows about the percentage of female researchers who applied for funding and the percentage of female researchers who were approved for funding. JST has two funding programs, ACT-X and FOREST, which mainly target young researchers. You can see in these two charts that the percentage of female researchers approved for funding is greater than the percentage of female researchers who applied for funding. You can see that excellent female researchers apply for JST's programs and get approved, especially among the young generation. I hope that the increase in the percentage of female researchers will lead to an increase in the percentage of female researchers' applications. JST has set a goal of 30 female members on committees, etc. by the end of fiscal year of 2020 and has promoted efforts to achieve this goal. We achieved 31% of our JST female members and are planning to continue the survey. This increase correlates with the increase in female committee chairs. The number of committee chairs, female chairs, was 12 in 2020. It has increased from 5 to 12 in 7 years. I believe that when there are more female committee chairs, female researchers are more likely to be fairly evaluated. I'd like to mention Dr. Kawai in connection with the female chair of the committee. Dr. Kawai, the first speaker of this session, was appointed as the first female program officer of JST's grant program, PREST. Program officers of PREST select about 40 young researchers for each research group. I was in charge of PREST as a manager at that time, and I was able to observe firsthand her excellent management skills. She not only selected prominent young researchers, but also constantly gave advice and encouraged them. To date, 6 female researchers have selected as JST's program officers. The next topic is the support for researchers during life events. Since 2006, JST has established a support program for researchers who are hired by the grant from JST so that they can continue their research during periods of maternity, paternity, child care, and nursing care. JST provides them with additional research money up to 300,000 yen or $2,000 per month to hire research assistants, to purchase research materials, and to pay for daycare so they can attend the academic meetings. This chart indicates the usage of this program in the last 5 years. I hope both female and male researchers use this support program more and more, and the number of users increases in the future. The last topic of my talk is about 2 awards for young female researchers. JST established the Brilliant Female Researchers Award in 2019. The prize is awarded to excellent researchers under the age of 40. It is also awarded to institutions that promote female researchers. The awardees in 2020 were Dr. Sasada from Mathematical Science, Dr. Ima from Life Science or Radiological Science, and Dr. Kamiya from Bioorganic Chemistry. The award ceremony this year will be held very soon on November 6th. I really look forward to celebrating new awardees from various fields. I introduced the Brilliant Female Researchers Award in the previous slide. It is for female researchers under the age of 40 to recognize the achievement of even younger researchers in their late 20s to early 30s we launched another scheme, the Marie Curie Award, last year. The award honors Marie's great contribution and achievements to the development of science and technology across the world, and we hope it will inspire more active participation by female Japanese researchers. This award was established by the Embassy of the Republic of Poland and JST. The first awardees were 4 promising female researchers from mathematical science, astrophysics, infectious disease epidemiology, and genome evolution fields. Now, I'd like to summarize my talk. The government has been analyzing the status of female researchers and making efforts to promote female researchers' activities. In Japan, the number of female researchers in science technology fields has been increasing steadily but slowly. As a government agency, JST is improving the environment and support system, setting and publishing numerical targets, and creating awards for young female researchers. Policymakers are always trying to learn from each experience through various forms of communication like this symposium and introduce better practices. I hope young female researchers will fully make use of support systems and continue conducting their research to achieve the goals. Thank you kindly for your attention.
Okay. So thank Auditor Shirokizawa. So you already stopped sharing. So Deputy Minister, can you start to share your slides? So the last speaker of this session is Deputy Minister Min Chong Lin of the National Science and Technology Council in Taiwan. He is a distinguished professor in Department of Physics at National Taiwan University. Besides its expertise in physics, Deputy Minister Lin also developed research interest in science, technology, and society, and the science policy. He has served various positions in the academic community before. That include the president of Physical Society of Taiwan, member of different communities in International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, National Science Council, National Science and Technology Council in Taiwan was called Ministry of Science and Technology before. He has been the Deputy Minister since 2020. And before that, he was Director General of Department of Natural Science and Sustainable Development from 2018 to 2020. And conventor of the Physical Division before. So today, he is going to talk about science policy towards gender equality in Taiwan. Let's welcome him. Okay, so you can start now. We can see your slides.
Okay, good. Thank Ian for the very detailed introduction. First of all, I'd like to apologize that I cannot show up in person because I just came back from a trip, official visit to the Lithuania and Latvia. Just come back this morning around 6 o'clock. According to our pandemic regulation, I should I think stay at home at least for a few days. Okay, so I'm talking about the science policy towards gender equality in Taiwan, in particular focus on the policy recently we launched. And also I would like to discuss some social backgrounds in depth and to see the difficult and the challenge in the future. Why does gender equality matter in the research system? I think overall we are talking about some core value for the science policy. In particular, recently we emphasize the fundamental research, but we also emphasize the core value driven research and technology development. Even in the economic process, we emphasize also the core value driven will become a trend and will become a very important direction for our overall policy. So justice is a fundamental human right, and justice is one part of the core value, not only for the not only for the science policy, but also for the whole country. Gender diversity leads to better science in the society. On the other hand, so I think that this is not only a passive protection of the human right or the fundamental core value, but also I think the gender diversity leads to many advantages, in particular, for example, to address the different research questions and methods if you come from the diversity, including the gender diversity, cultural diversity, and so on. And the second thing is we can also find that the wider application of the research funding, and research funding will also come from the diversity here. And also, if you look into the different disciplines, the transdisciplinary cooperation and innovation will become also important from this gender diversity. And of course, the mixed team are more creative and so on. So, okay, but looking into the data, I think our Japanese college just show a very detailed of the worldwide the women fraction in research, so that you can see the share of the women around among the total research by country. You can find around 22. This is far below the country, the many OECD countries, particularly from the Nordic country, they have very higher female scientists in percentage. In Taiwan, in particular, in the nature science, we have only around, I think, 15% of the female scientists. And for the engineering, even worse, we have 7%. And for the bioscience and medical bioscience, we have around 35%. And for the humanity and the social science, around 40% for the female research. That's roughly the idea, roughly the statistic of our situation in Taiwan. And you can also see it's very difficult to change the trend, and this should be referred to a more deep insight or deep constraint of the overall country in terms of the culture or other core value. If we can see the leaks further in the academic pipeline for women, at the very beginning, bachelor students, we have almost 50% and 50%, and go to higher and higher master student, doctor student, university faculty, and the PI funded by STM and STC, and you can find also outstanding research award, and we go to the top academic award, and you can see that the gap between the male and the female become huge and huge. So that would be some so-called mechanism, something wrong in here, or some evaluation system, something wrong in the whole system here. So recently we are trying to figure out such a problem and trying to make a deeper reflection on the whole society here. So, so that is a reflection on core value and the structure of the science society, and science and the technology will be important, because we think science technology is shaped by the local cultural society, how to perform, and the interesting topic in science technology will be affected strongly by the science, by the culture and the society here. So that we try to build up a policy framework for gender equality, starting from the core value and the mindset. So the change in the academic freedom on the excellency criterion will become very important. and the public interest in and the social demand-driven and value of the justice, the sustainability will become also important for the core value of our science policy. And the second, we also make our attention to the policy planning and the review system, because all of the review system based on a certain mindset of the criterion of the excellency of the academic performance and so on. And also the human resource and the financial resource allocation will be also based on such kind of mindset or hidden core value, which we not every time very often understand. And the capacity building and the empowerment, also the communication and the promotion. And finally, we try to find, try to reach the diversity and the inclusive research culture and environment. So it's not just about women. Gender mainstreaming principle is not only increasing women's participation. It goes beyond bringing the experience and also the knowledge and the interest of women and men to bear on the development agenda to modify the development agenda so that the result will benefit men and women or gender equally. So that has become very important to transform the social and institutional unequal structure. So what we do first is really to re-examine the definition of the so-called research excellency, which should not be simply defined by the SCI paper publication, or even the number of impact factor publication. We have a diverse purpose of the research. For example, scientific publication, of course, that we know everyone, and tracking grand challenge, which take more time, and the key technology breakthrough, instrumentation, and even transdisciplinary society impact, and also the international frontier. Significant contribution in cooperation will be also appreciated or should be appreciated in a cooperation. Otherwise, everyone will want to become a leader of the group. It's very important in a teamwork. So we will try to redefine so-called excellency or the good research. And we also approach and take some action with several policy here for direction, individual, flexible support. I will explain a little bit, and also promotion of the networking and funding measures, and also the gender innovations. I will explain in the following. So re-entry grants we initiated in 2018 for the people left the funding pool for loan in the past 2 years. So if you don't have the already 2 years, don't have any grant from the NSTC, so you can have the so-called applied re-entry grant that. And from 2018 to 2022, a total around 677 female principal investigator has been granted. And outcome, so they were when they come back to apply the normal and NSTC program, they can have the more than 25% more likely to be funded in the future than unfunded applicants. So this is increase the potential of the capacity for the female scientists who actually is already a very good history of very good capability to do the research, but somehow they have the already problem for the past 2 years, don't have the grant. So, and the second policy we launched 2 years ago is very similar to the Japanese college mentioned, the support for the work-life balance for female PIs, pregnancy or the single parent, unpaired parental leave, the child leave. So we given even the staff support may provide for an additional postdoc follow or research assistant. And also flexibility, if you don't have the grant right now, so you may submit also one application anytime. Anytime. So this is very important because we cannot wait for failure of the application for the normal grant, but we really try to support when the people or the scientists face the problem, and when they have a child, and when they have the need to spend more time for the family, we try to at the critical moment already support the human resource to the research. I try to keep the resource, try to keep the the research in a good condition and continued. So, and also we also grant for gender and technology research. This is a special grant to encourage the gender dimension in research. We look into the gender dimension for the different research. For example, the research topics include gender-friendly research environment from a social science point of view, and also the gender health promotion, public support for gender-friendly aging society, and also the gender-sensitive environment and space. We have still a lot of work to do, but for that we need to have the good research to give us a reference for the good policy. So, and I'm coming to the concluding remark. I think that for the overall challenge in the gender equality, we need a better understanding of the underlying values and the complex structure, because many problems come from the overall the economic and social structure or the mechanism of the whole country. So that is why it's very difficult to find a one-size policy to change the situation. We can see from our statistics for many years. So a continuous citizen movement will be considered to enhance the gender equality. And this is a so-called citizen movement like policy approach will become very important for the long-term approach. Try to change the overall structure or the overall culture from the whole country and whole society. And you can see we should touch not only one policy, but also we should make a reflection on the review system, policy planning and evaluation, and the powerful authority structure, awareness of research culture, and the resource allocation and regulatory framework, and so on and so on. So it's a long way to go, but I think this is very important. We can work together, and here in particularly in this conference, very happy to meet many people, old friends and new friends. Thank you very much.
Thank Deputy Minister Lin. So this close all the talks by our speakers, but then we will follow with the forum by these three speakers, hosted by Professor Chen.
Okay, thanks our chair, Professor Lee. And let's welcome the distinguished Professor Zheng Jialiang from Department of Physics, National Donghua University, to chair the next forum. Let's welcome Professor Zheng.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I remove my mask. You can. Thanks, Professor Lu, for a very kind invitation. We have about 30 minutes for this forum, and we have just heard about different countries, how they build their gender-friendly policies, and they make their effort in terms of this issue. This floor is open for questions. Geng Hui, please.
So I'm always the first one to ask questions. I'm so happy to learn that Japan has a support for childcare during the conference. I remember after I had my twins, and I'm so dying to attend a conference because I haven't attended a conference for 2 years. And it's on the weekend. And because it's twin, it's hard, and I don't have family support. My husband couldn't handle it. So I have to hire a nanny to take care of the twins. So I spent out of my personal money, pay $6,000 to a nanny for me to attend a conference. Yeah, so I think that's a very good policy. Yeah, and actually, now I'm organizing more and more workshops, and I did notice if I organize the workshop on the weekend, there will be less women attending. Like last interdisciplinary workshop I organized, there are biologists. Supposedly there should be a lot of female researchers, but during the workshop, only 3 female scientists out of 30 attended. Yeah, so I think one of the friendly policies really to provide care for the conference organizer, and actually different age group may need, for the kids, may need different kind of support, child support system.
Okay, thanks. We have further questions?
Okay, finally, I realize all the policy and what we talk about is all on the young researcher or faculty level. How about the policy for the high school and the undergraduate students? So we give them more confidence and more possibility, showing them a bright future that they can be very successful in STEM. How about the policy working a little bit deep inside to high school and undergraduate?
So you are asked, this question is addressed to whom? Is there any one?
I can answer in any for any question. I try to answer.
Yes. Go ahead, Professor Lin.
Right now, okay.
Yes, please.
I think maybe first to concerning the twin, this is a very interesting and also response I got. I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe 1 year ago, from the Geng Hui, Professor Geng Hui. She mentioned to me about the problem of the twin, not the problem. Okay, I should not say the pressure of the team, the twin. So really, in particular, we have some buffer years. For example, we will extend 1 year or 3 years about if you 2 years you got the child and so on. And but twin we will count only as 1. So you have the 1 birth. And we change also this because everyone knows if you take care simultaneously or in the same time the 2 kids, then really create maybe more than double. You need the double energy to take care of that. So we changed also a little bit that. And concerning the undergraduate school, we also try to increase the support for the undergraduate study and so on. And also we work closely together with, we have a female society of the science and technology. I think the 女性科技人协会. I think maybe many of the key person are on the in the conference right now. I think we really try to support not only in the high school even, but also in the industry. We try to go through the influence of the NGO, the working together, and try to actually make more influence on the different branches, not only different age only, because every different areas may have the different issue, a different challenge. So, and as NSTC, we can only support the budget directly to the researcher, but we really know without the good basis of the whole society, it's very difficult to have the good research. So we, of course, we work also closely with Ministry of Education, as which actually is responsible for the undergraduate and also the high school education as well.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Lin.
Let me introduce the Korean policy cases.
Yes, please.
Yeah, as the guest raised the question about interest in the high school student and graduate student. I think this issue also is very important to Korean policy community. So we started several programs to encourage more high school student, especially the women student who come to science and technology area. We set up the mentoring program. So each more excellent the young scientists apply for the program, and they match the interest with the high school students. So whenever the high school students show their interest, they invite them to their lab, and then open the lab and show the activities of their lab. So that kind of activities encourage more the high school students to come to the science and technology area. And another one is that we set up a special essay competition. So for the high school students, we often award program to the high school students whenever they apply some essay about the science and technologies, and we give some the grant to them after selecting the good essays from them. So that's another way of the encouraging culture of science and technology in high school students. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comment about the maternity, paternity, child care of JST. The child care is for the parents whose children reach the age of 9. But I feel that it is not efficient, for the support of the mother and fathers. And I would like to consider the possibility of the core members who hold the conference or symposiums like that. And I would like to mention about the initiatives for high school female students. JST provides support for expenses to hold exchange meeting with leading women in the field of science and technology, experimental classes, and visiting lectures for female junior and senior high school students. In order to increase the percentage of female researchers, support to junior and senior high school students is crucial when they choose their career. In Japan, parents and teachers have a large influence on career choices. This might be a common issue with Taiwan and South Korea. We would like to focus on reaching out to parents and teachers.
Thank you very much. We still have time for the floor of more questions. Yes, on the back.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful sharing. So it is very true that we're looking to achieve a holistic support for all our important researchers, regardless of the gender and fields. So I'm wondering, has any of you have looked at the support for the newly graduates? So the graduates, men or women, but particular women will be in a harder situation. Well, they have not secured a permanent or stable appointment. So during this period, if they encounter others loading of their life, personal lives, so it often become very difficult to continue or to find the first job. So are there anything that you're considering or are doing? Thank you.
Okay, may I start by introducing the Korean case? Around 2 years ago, we knew that the newly graduated students from the PhD program have difficulties in getting national R&D grant. So, especially in the basic research. So we set up a dedicated R&D funding program nationally to support the only the newly graduated from the PhD program. So every year we support around 500 researchers. So it will be a good chance for them to start their own research career in very high competitive environment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, maybe I can say a few words to, I think it's Wen-Yin, right? Wen-Yin's question. So I don't know, so, you mean the graduated student means actually there are different kind of master graduate and also the PhD graduate. I think they should have the different situation. Yeah, for the master degree student, I think if they are working in the STEM, right now in Taiwan, it's very easy to find a job in the industry. Okay, and everyone knows in the STEM, the whole society also actually need a lot of the PhD student. We still have a lot of vacancy in the PhD student. And of course, in a humanity and social science, a little bit different. I think after the graduate, I think the overall the economic situation, the industry, the job marketing still have a different situation now. Okay, for the research for the different field, and for the PhD, we also create some transition training. If you finish the PhD but you want to go to the industry, you want to work in the industry, it's not so many or major company will not take all of the PhD here because they think the PhD student were trained for the research in the long term. But in fact, the situation changed already a little bit, in particularly because of the upgrading design or request for the economic situation. The industry also needed to the high quality research people working in their company. On the other hand, we also try to, for example, some IoT student or some physics or chemistry student that working in a the bio company, we will try to also find some transition training, try to build up some interdisciplinary working or postdoc, spatial postdoc research field. I think that with that it will make the job market more flexible and also make more possibility to find a job but in particular, I think I don't know, Wen-Yin maybe concerned about the female student because this is exactly the critical phase in the age. So really, the pressure and overall society factor will play an important role. That will be, of course, it's more complicated as compared to the general situation. Yeah.
Okay, Auditor Shirokizawa.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to say about JST's case. Actually, I don't have a special program for newly graduates, but I introduced in my presentation for a program for young researchers, ACT-X. The average age of approved researchers of ACT-X is 29.9. It is so young, and the ratio of approved researcher, female approved researcher ratio is greater than female researchers application ratio. So young, excellent female researcher can conduct their research with using this program.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have a question here. Yeah.
Actually, I'm from NGO, so I'm really interested in the question on Japan, because you said that GGI in Japan is 116. Actually, I just found out Taiwan is because we are not in that ranking, so we calculate ourselves we are 33. We are relatively high. So another thing is regarding 9 years that the money, is that only for research assistant, or how can academic research to use that quota? Because that is for 9 years, right? So how do you use that 300,000 Japan yen for what qualification of that assistant? Is that researcher assistant, or that can be used as a babysit?
You can use research assistant. And the money is, as you said, 300,000 yen per month.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
May I say something about this question?
Yes, please.
Possible? Okay, I think the supporting through the funding agent, research funding agent, is a short-term solution, I think. The overall, I think we need some infrastructure of the whole society. If the institution can provide some baby care system, so from the public resource, that will be a general solution for that. Recently, we just launched for the NSTC for our institute, which use a certain capacity for the kindergarten. But this is only for the research institute, not all for the whole university. So in that sense, if you like to improve generally, completely, I think that the whole infrastructure is an important factor. For that, we need money, a lot of money to put on that. So for that, maybe it's better, I would say, at least it's a very effective solution. You can have the good kindergarten and so on taking care when you are working in a university. Yeah.
Okay. We have some quick questions. We have some questions from the online viewer.
I'm asking on behalf of an online participant. So she or he would like to know, do Korea, Japan, or Taiwan have policies to support PhD students or postdocs who are parents? For example, they might be at the right age to have kids, but do not yet have good income to pay for the babysitters or daycare. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to answer this question first?
Maybe I answer. I admit that would be, we are working on that. It's not yet. Yeah, but this is always depending on the budget and so on. I think that is a very good direction. Yeah.
In Korea, the low-income the families, they can get support from the government to have the child care. But it is the social benefit to the all people, not only for the scientists. For the scientists, we encourage all the national research institute to set up their own kindergarten in their own workplace. So almost every national research institute, they learning their kindergarten for their scientists. So whenever they want to have children in their own workplace, they can bring. So it is the special treatment for the scientists in Korea. Thank you.
How about Japan? Okay, I think if no further answer from the speakers, in the interest of time, I'd like to close this section. Please join me to thank all the speakers for this section and all the questions.
Thanks the chairs and all the speakers. So now let's take a group photo together with the online speaker and all of us. So please take a seat on remain your seat, and our camera will move on the stage. And you can take off your mask shortly. Okay, please take your seat and prepare your smile. Okay, look at the camera on the stage. Online speaker, if you like, you can give us the heart with your hands.
Something like that?
Thank you for your cooperation. We like it.
The small heart.
Okay, let's thank the speaker and chair again.
Thank you so much for inviting me and have a good time. I hope to see you in the offline meeting in the future.
Yes, thank you.
Hope we can see each other soon. Yeah. Okay.
Bye bye.
Hi, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have come to the end of this symposium. Let me invite our organizer, the Professor Yaping Zhou, to announce something important.
Okay. My dear colleagues and my dear friends and my dear students here. So it's my great honor to close the symposium here. Actually, I'm very delighted to host this symposium on behalf of the Taiwan Physical Society here. To the end of our symposium, firstly, I would like to thank many wonderful and professional speakers here and also chairs here. And very important is for the participants, especially for the young generation students here. So I hope the program here we designed for you will be very helpful and informative for you, okay, in the future. And we hope, actually we also hope in the future we will see many female students in our campus and also many colleagues in our departments here, especially for female faculty. And in the end, we would like to encourage young generation here. After the symposium, you will like to get some experience sharing and to pursue your dream, okay, in the future. Okay, in the end, I also would like to thank many our team workers here, especially our president in Zegao. And our direction, Luo Mofan and our Li Mingchong Jiao, they all support the program here and the symposium. They grant a lot of money for us to hold this symposium and to overcome all international affairs and difficulties. So that's the reason why we can successfully to hold this symposium here. So in the end, I also would like to thank a very important group here. So you can see that this young generation and professor here, without land, I would like to say the symposium is impossible to hold. So finally, I would like to thank Professor Lu Tinghua, Mei Xin, and Li Hui. And the assistant 月秀、嘉莹 and 新莹 and 冠化，还有佩瑜，还有浩宇，还有雨珍。And the students 婉婷、易涵、易峰、凯威，还有亮轩、李香、博超、博宏，还有易俊，还有玉仁、佩伦，还有玉松，还有汉威，还有静晨，还有易文，还有雨珍。谢谢。Thank you very much, and I would like to know that this symposium is one symposium, and only a few people here, and I would like to do the same influence to hold the people around you, okay, in the future. And thanks again for your participation here. Thank you. Based on our present. Okay, present here. Okay, show the PPT here. 我讲中文可能比较清楚一点好了。就是这是我们那个物理学会，就是理事长要我开始来跟大家说一下，就希望这个会议的结束可能是一个开始，而不是一个结束。那希望说物理学会可以扮一个角色。那希望这个角色可以扩展更多的这个学会，比如说你科技人啊、化学学会更多的领域的部分。那我们是有这样子的想法，就是说我们是不是可以募资一个款项啊？这个是我们自己的事情。但是我们知道是说以后能够办这样子的活动，就是你只要是一个个体 ，even 你是一个学生，你只有个 idea， 你想要能够去 organize 一个小小的 group， 就是对于这个女性的学生或者是这个faculties 或是旁边的这些的young generation 的学生的话，你可以有一个 idea 的话，你就可以submit 一个非常简单的一个 proposal， 告诉我们你想做什么事。那么我们可以如果觉得可以的话，我们这些委员会就可以 support 你们一些 funding。那这个 funding 的话的 support 的这个的对象不是只有大学、高中也可以，那也不是只有老师而已，学生也可以。就是你有什么想法，就是说，就学生的角度来讲说，你们如果可以做这样子事情的话，可以帮助更多的女孩子，这些都是我们愿意做的。所以呢，这是双向的部分，就是从下跟上、跟上跟下的部分。那这些 funding 的话，我们未来的话也希望说可以扩展更多的合作的关系，就是我们可以跟女科技人合作，或是跟不同的学会的合作，或者是跟不同的企业的合作，跟不同的公司的合作，或是学术界的合作。我们希望能够从这些团队开始，然后能够 support 更多、影响更多的这个女学生或是这个女性的教授这样子。那 OK， 所以第二个部分就是我们希望的话，就是最重要就是能够因为我们团队还是少数，但是希望这少数以后是个体都有像人家就是像这 speaker 讲是 quality 的部分，所以可以影响更多的这些 female 的 students 或是比较刚开始起步的这些比如说 young generation 的这些 assistant professors 或是scientists 的这些人，然后你只要有些想法，就有点像是区域性的这个导师会这样子导生会了哈。那可能就是老师或者是同学之间，你只要扮演你需要什么样的这个 support 这样子的一个团队，或是资源，或者师资，或是经费，那只要是我们都可以，如果是合理的话，我们都可以尽量的去鼓励这样子一个开始哈。那么希望是我们就从这个 bottom up 的方法，能够可以影响更多这样子一个方式。那也没有只有限制物理，就是物理学会的话，希望是扮演一个角色。那么我们希望能够影响更多的女学生或是女性的 faculties 这样子。那我有不足的地方，我再请理事长再多下。真的吗？很清楚吗？我是觉得好像很 OK， 对 OK。
May I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, raise a hand. Okay, so maybe you can work together with 女性科技，好，可以跟女性科技人 maybe I think this is very good idea. 这是很好的 idea。
对对，
也可以。
那宋老师要不要讲几句话？对，对。
讲中文啊？
对，
我们现在有在做这些事情。那如果有任何机会，我觉得这个合作是非常好的。
对，
所以我们应该是这样子 networking。
对，
这个是一定要做的事情，
是
一定要做，我们一直要做。对。那这个没问题。
好，我在办这个会议的时候，我就跟我理事长讲，台湾的全部的 female 的 那个物理的 faculties 才40多位，靠这40多位不肯撑这样子场面，所以我一定要扩展到这些不同，像林怡欣的也加入啦哈，然后还有那个女科新人这样子的加入。而且我们当初在拿这个活动的时候，这个联合国的这个conveners 他们就跟我们讲2个 missions， 第一个不能只有限制物理，一定要扩展到理工；第二个不能只有女性，男性一定要加入。但是mission我们第2个可能要再加强一下，对。
补充一下，我们12月9号的时候就有一个这样的会议。
OK，
这次是主要 focus 在 industry， academic 也有，但是我们会从industry 的 point of view 去 check 这个 policy 的部分，他们是怎么去让女性在 industry 里面有一个比较生活和work 能共融 integration 这一块。所以这个部分是如火如荼的在进行中，我们也邀请了很棒的。跟去年完全不一样，跟今天完全不一样的讲员，所以请各位拭目以待。
好，谢谢。谢谢。还有我们的副主委都很支持这个案子，全部都是他们在帮我们支持外面的一些资源，这样谢谢。好，谢谢大家，然后希望大家能够 enjoy 这个活动，能够受益良多，然后能够把你的影响力也扩展更多的女性的学生或是老师们，大家互相的合作 ，work together 的话，我们才可以走得比较远，也走得比较长，比较舒服一点。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢大家的参与。那我们今天的活动就到此结束，谢谢。